everybody, welcome into the Friday Night Zone Blitz. Brent Martin along with the rest of the Action Sports Jax team. Stuart Weber will join me in just a bit. Everybody else out and about on a nice Friday night and a big Friday night here in Jacksonville. Obviously, we have Georgia, Florida tomorrow. The Jags going up to Philly. We'll be with them as well. And we've got the final week of the regular season in high school football. So we're keeping an eye on some games. And usually when we start the show, they end up right at halftime, right? That's the way it is. Look at Bishop Kenny. They are leading Providence. I think the score is 28-7 at last check. So all over Providence. What a wild season for Bishop Kenny. More on that coming up in a bit with Coach Sullivan. Menendez and Yulee playing 13-0 score there. That could be a big game in terms of trying to get into a postseason spot. We'll take you through some of the district champs already, but there's still a lot on the line. Every week counts because the RPI rankings and the at-large bids are still up for grabs around the state. And, of course, our focus right here in Jacksonville, and also a little focus up in Southeast Georgia as well. So we've got that coming for you in just a bit. Let's take an early look at some of the scores from around the area. Ed White and Baldwin last night. Again, we're going to take a look at a lot of these games that we had because there was a lot of Thursday night football, as we know, with the Georgia-Florida game in town. For security purposes, just because there are not enough resources around the city to be at all the different high school games and also at the game and RV City and everywhere else, move a lot of the Duval County games to Thursday. So that's a little backstory there. And so last night we had Ed White with a win. First Coast, Marty Lee's finale most likely, 6-0 win over Andrew Jackson. Terry Parker, 42-0 over Sandalwood. The Saints continue to struggle. Rains goes undefeated, first time since 1997. Congratulations to them, one of the top teams in the area. St. Augustine beat Mandarin, the Brian Braddock Bowl, if you will. I'm sure he would like us to call it that, but a good win for St. Augustine over Mandarin. A little bit of a shootout. Inglewood gets a W, 32-12. And now we take a look at some of the scores. So we also had Trinity Christian beat Fletcher last night, 35-21. And Florida School for the Deaf and Blind in the SSAA first round playoffs. They get the win, 48-28. Cedar Creek Christian, same goes for them, 36-8. So now we fast forward to some of the scores from tonight. Stanton over Interlochen right now by a point. Bishop Kenny, we just showed you. We're going to show you all the second half of the Bishop Kenny game, every single play right here on the Friday Night Zone Blitz. Obviously, the Menendez score isn't updated. We just showed you 13-0 in favor of Menendez. Ponte Vedra, 21-20 over Creekside. It was just 21-13, so Creekside just scored moments ago. We have a camera there. We'll show you the entire second half. And we've had some beauties in the past already with Creekside and Ponte Vedra. Looks like we're shaping up for another good one here in the final week of the regular season. Orange Park over Clay. We've got a camera at that one we'll show you out in Clay County. I think it's Clay County's game of the week. Well, we'll have all the action of that one. West Side down 3 to Leon. Paxton, Stuart Weber was there, so we'll have some highlights. They're up 21-12. Crescent City at the half down by a few points. They're already on the way to the playoffs. West Nassau with a couple-point lead. And I think that about does it, at least for now. You can see some of the other scores. We'll keep you updated on all of those. So we'll have Kevin Sullivan call in just a little bit. He's joining us at 8:30 tonight. He'll hang with us for a couple of hours. And, hey, look what we've got going on here. We got some halftime performances. We should just take the halftime performances live. We'll have the bands, though, coming up at 11 o'clock. We do that here on the Friday Night Zone Blitz. Of course, all our coverage in conjunction with Jaguars Prep and Whataburger on these Friday nights. A little programming note, this will be our last edition of the Friday Night Zone Blitz, this new thing we tried this year from 8 p.m. until midnight. But we'll still have our Friday Night Blitz the next couple of weeks. It's kind of strange. Next week is a gap week pretty much in the schedule. There'll be a couple of games, like Neeson is playing Bartram Trail on Thursday night, but not a lot of games in the area. It's basically used as a makeup date in Georgia and Florida because of the storms that we've had this year. And then we go to week 1 of the postseason. So that's 2 weeks from tonight. And we'll take you with a Friday Night Blitz and follow the teams all the way, hopefully, to some state championship performances. We're giving you Greenbrier and Glen Academy as well. That's one of the games that we have. And we'll continue to add to our wall that says it all when it comes to the games. We welcome in Stuart Weber as well. Did you get everything routed, Stuart?
One more to come.
One more. We got one more game
looks
coming.
Looks like a touchdown here almost for the Red Terrors. Keep it going.
There you go. You walked out at a good time.
I did.
Otherwise, what instrument did you play in high school?
A little halftime. No instrument for me.
What do you have played?
What's that?
What would you have played if you could pick an instrument?
Drums. Drums is what I did in our promo for the Blitz is On song.
Okay. I was playing a little guitar in that one.
Fun story. Middle school, I accidentally got registered for middle school band class. No idea why. I've never played an instrument. I've never been in a band of any sort. But like I went to it because it was on my schedule. I just went in there. And instead of like first day telling the teacher, hey, this is wrong, I was just kind of like 6th grader. I'm very nervous. I don't know what's going on. I sat in the back, and then they would ask me, what instrument are you? Where's your instrument? You know, I'd be like, oh, I'll bring it tomorrow. I did that for a whole week before I finally said, I can't do this anymore. I'm in the wrong place. And so I got out of there and I got it changed. But
I did band in 7th or 8th grade. I can't remember which one. And then I got out too because I couldn't do a drum roll.
Yeah.
So I was like, if I can't do a drum roll, I can't play the drums probably.
I spent the whole week in the back of the class just like, how long is this going to last? How long can I keep this going?
So, hey, we'll have the band. So we'll highlight the bands right behind us right now, but also at 11 o'clock tonight for 15 straight minutes, bridging both our Friday night blitzes that we do on the TV side. No World Series or anything like that tonight. So I think we're actually on normal time on the blitz, are we?
Yeah, 10:30 show.
We don't have college football pushing us back?
Nope.
Yeah. So normal on TV tonight. But we're here all the time until midnight on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network.
Yes.
If you found us, you found us. So I don't really have to tell you where to find us.
It's on the Twitters.
All right, so let's do this. Let's take a look at some of the games from last night. We just went over the scoreboard. And we'll take a look at St. Augustine and Mandarin when Brian gets a chance to pull that one up, and we'll take people there. But that's a fun one, right? I mean, two teams that obviously played for a state championship last year. It's a little different for a Mandarin because obviously they don't have Tremel Jones, but they're still won a district championship for a 3rd year in a row. They're going to make a playoff push with that defense. But I'll show you how good that St. Augustine offense is because they scored 38 against that Mandarin defense. So St. Aug feels like they've got the team that can make a big push as well. So let's take a look at it from last night. Highly anticipated matchup at the Corral. 2 district champs in St. Aug and Mandarin. And how about this play for the start of the second half for the Yellow Jackets? First snap is a handoff to Trendell Anderson. He avoids 1, 2, 3, spin move. All in all, 5 tackles. St. Augustine goes up 24-12. Offensive linemen love it. Everybody loves it. On to Pater later in the 3rd. Mandarin still trying to respond. How about a connection? Knox Annis fires this one perfectly to Jamie French, and there they go. That's a good connection. The freshman quarterback starting to play some good ball, and Jamie French always plays good ball. 2-point conversion, no good. 24-18 Yellow Jackets. Next possession by St. Aug, and what a response it was. Lachlan Hewlett to Trenton Jones. He goes up and gets it. 31-18 St. Aug. Mandarin able to respond, drive, make it 31-26, but the Yellow Jackets, they do it again. Hewlett to Jones. What a nice catch by that young man. 2 very good touchdowns. He went up and got that one. Crosses the paint, and St. Aug victorious. 38-26 inside the Corral. Action Sports Jax Olivia Tassely met up with head coach Brian Braddock after the win.
Olivia Tassely here with winning coach Braddock and your friend that you found under the bleachers. Talk to me about him first and foremost.
This was a purchase 10 years ago, really by Coach Sean McIntyre to keep the geese off the field. And I literally stumbled over it, buried under some grass over there, so I just thought it was meant for me to find it.
Did we have a name for him?
I don't think so. I'd have to call Sean and ask him, but he was effective at keeping the geese away.
Yeah, well, he's effective in keeping the Mandarin Mustangs away out of the end zones tonight, thanks to you guys. I mean, you look at the scoreboard, 38-26 in a season finale. Talk to me about this game and what you saw from your guys out there.
Just toughness and grit and character. We certainly weren't perfect. We were hanging by a thread on defense for a lot of the night. So much credit to the job Coach Bullock has done with their freshman quarterback. He took a big step last week, and tonight took another huge step, and he played great. And so we had our hands full, but our kids just fought and were just tough. And offensively, we were explosive. We moved the ball. I don't think people have been able to score many points against them, so that speaks a lot to our offense and the night they had. And then defensively, I think maybe just at the end of both halves, we were able to get big stops, and that maybe was the difference.
Coach, thank you so much. Enjoy the win tonight and your new friend that you're taking home with you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Coach. Enjoy the winning ride home back to St. Augustine. Guys, that'll do it from here at Mandarin High School. Let's go back to you.
Thanks, Liv. And Liv's out and about at another game tonight, so we'll hear from Liv a little bit later on. Look at this. We got Creekside, Ponte Vedra. We're at halftime at a lot of these games, which, again, is always the case. In fact, 4 of the games we're at halftime. But we got some halftime performances, right?
Yeah.
Look at this thing.
It's like a psychedelic trailer look going here.
This is over the top, like really good stuff. This is like Super Bowl halftime. And Bendetti, if you don't mind, take us through a couple other halftimes. I mean, look at the performances we've got from around the area. And
we got guys in suits up there.
Road construction here. I think that's Orange
Park Clay. We got
Clay.
this up here. Yeah, that looks like the road to get to Clay, right?
It does.
Isn't that road always under construction?
And then we got Yulee Menendez.
Okay.
We've got another. Just a shout out to all the halftime performances. And I think we've got one more at Bishop Kenny. It looks like we've got ourselves a little homecoming.
Yeah. I was like, it's weird the band's out there in suits, but I guess it makes a little more sense for it to be homecoming ceremonies there.
Wow, homecoming this late in the year.
Yeah.
It feels kind of late. I feel like everybody does it so early now. All right, so thanks, Bendetti, for showing us around. Brian, our director, did a great job, and everybody showing us some halftime shows. A lot of love for everybody that puts on all the halftime performances all over the area. Helps make Friday nights awesome. Let's check out a Thursday night. That was pretty awesome, too.
Yeah.
We got Fletcher Trinity, and you were there.
Yeah, Fletcher Trinity, Merlin Dormany and the Conquerors, they won a district title, so they're playing in the postseason. Fletcher, meanwhile, just outside in their region rankings. They need a win and some help. This did not help. Beach Rats down by 7 in the second quarter, make it 14. Trey Williams into the end zone for Trinity. They were up 21-7 at the half. Then coming out of the locker room, Conquerors made a concerted effort to just drain the clock. Nearly 7-minute drive started off the third. Ariane Guyton with a touchdown run. Fletcher finally showed some signs of life late in the third. After a defensive stop, they strike quickly. Cruz James Bajek to DeAndre Smith over the middle. It's back to a 14-point game, but then another 7-minute back-breaking drive from the home team. Finished by Hicks Sarah to Marquez Hicks, so Hicks to Hicks in a way. Trinity Christian beating Fletcher 35-21. Hey, Action Sports Jax Stuart Weber caught up with the coach after the. Oh, that's me. I caught up with Coach Merlin Dormany after a nice win there on a Thursday night for the Conquerors. Catching up with head coach Verlin Dormany of the Trinity Christian Conquerors. And coach, you guys finished the regular season 7-3. We came into this year with a very young squad. You win a district championship. You're going to the playoffs. Your squad has learned a lot over these 10 games, I'm sure, as you now get ready for the postseason.
Absolutely. You know, they're young. They're still learning. We made some god-awful mistakes tonight, but, you know, hey, we'll start going back to work again on Monday.
That's it. And really for you, it's about evolving this team as it goes, learning from those mistakes. And as a younger team, they're going to make them. You just don't want to make them twice.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. You know, and yeah, they just got to learn to play with emotion, but control the emotion, and so they'll grow up, we're going to get them to grow up pretty quick. So anyway, it was a good night. It was a great win.
Not the easiest thing to do in football, controlling those emotions. Tell me about your second half game plan. I mean, you guys come out of the locker room with a 2-score lead, 2 7+ minute drives that really drain the clock and put a stranglehold on this game for your team.
We've been just pressing our offensive line over the last few weeks. We've got to be able to run the football, and I think we were able to do that. We mixed it up. Gus did a great job play calling, but we were able to get some good blocks, backs hit some good holes, and got yards and just eat the clock up. So that was huge for us.
All right, Trinity Christian 35-21. They get the win over Fletcher. Let's send it back to you. Stuart.
Let's send it back to you, Stuart.
Good work. By the way, good work out there on a Thursday night.
This is what we love about the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network and streaming. That's a no-no in TV, okay?
You don't do that in television. No, you don't do that in TV.
We can break the rules if we know the rules. There are no rules on this show.
I love that.
As we continue to keep an eye on all the halftime performances. Again, Bishop Kenny leads 28-7 over Providence, so get off to a hot start. We'll see if they can hang on. Menendez 13-0 over the Hornets, and they're 6th in their region. So this is a huge deal to get that win, maybe clinch a playoff spot.
Yeah, it was a slow start for Menendez, but 4-4 coming into this one, so they have definitely picked it up later in the season and have themselves in that at-large position right now. This win will certainly help them continue that
looks like we'll
pursuit of the playoffs.
We'll get some football soon there.
Yeah.
Obviously, halftime Clay, Orange Park. Orange Park, I think, was leading Clay 13-7.
Good rivalry game there in Clay County.
And then 21-20 Ponte Vedra
Yeah.
over Creekside as this halftime performance continues, and they're pulling out all the stops at this
All of
one.
them.
So, Brian, if you don't mind, why don't we take the only game really going on right now, Glen Academy and Greenbrier, and Glen Academy having themselves another nice season, the Red Terrors.
Yeah, they lost their rivalry game against Brunswick, so every other game we've seen them, though, it seems like they're dropping 60 points on the opponent. So, it feels like they're having a decent year. I'm getting some bad flashbacks here, seeing a team in green and yellow with a G on their helmet
of
bad images from the bank a couple weeks ago. But,
a couple days ago.
Geez, yeah, a week ago. The season all runs together, Brent. It all runs together. We all know that. But, of course, big thanks to our friends at Continental Sports bringing this broadcast to the airwaves tonight. They do a fantastic job. We enjoy taking a little peek in as the Red Terrors hitting with authority there. We got a minute and a half to go in the first half. They have a 2-touchdown lead, and Georgia definitely a lot more games impacted than our area when it comes to Florida teams. From the storms that came through, a lot of the teams in Georgia still have a couple games to go. I believe Glen Academy is one of those as well, so they'll play again next week. I think everybody but Camden County still has to play a game next week, if I'm remembering correctly off of that schedule.
Of course, the lean really hampered the state of Georgia.
Yes.
And probably threw a lot of that off. And we're pretty fortunate around here in Jacksonville. We don't have a lot of the makeup games. It was an option, and the Nice and Bartram Trail took it. And they'll play next Thursday, right?
Yeah, a lot of the teams, and that's kind of a point of contention, too, for some of these teams. They were a little upset that they didn't do it earlier.
That they didn't know about it
They
earlier.
didn't notify teams that, hey, we're going to give you this opportunity to make up a game at the end of the year, because so many of our teams played those Monday games, those Thursdays. We haven't had a game like every day of the week.
Yeah, so you're playing Friday, Monday, Friday in some instances.
Some instances that happened, and it could have been avoided had, maybe moving forward, so you learn your lesson, right? That's the key.
Yeah.
I said it with Verlin. You make a mistake, you don't make it again.
Yeah.
As we went over.
FHSAA doesn't usually make mistakes.
But hopefully they learn from it, and they've only recently started building in this bye week in the postseason.
Yeah.
This is the perfect example of why you have it built in. Now let's use it a little earlier. Let's know it's there.
Know it's there to be
Inform
used.
the teams that this is an option, and you don't have to worry about getting every single game in right at the start of a week.
Because we know this, we're getting these storms just about every fall. I mean, we've been doing this for a long time, and usually you lose a week here or there, and then have to make it up. This year we lost 2. For most of the area. Jason Hamby wanted me to let you know that as they wrap up Clay, they deserve a special shout out. They're playing Working Man by Rush.
Okay.
So we probably couldn't take that live on the air anyway, since we probably
I thought about that with some of
for it.
these band performances.
Yeah.
I think we're all right.
Don't say it. We're fine.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
But anyway, shout out to the Clay band right there.
I believe we may have a highlight ready to go from Glen Academy.
How to get to
They're up
21-7.
21-7. Let's take a look at how we got to that point. All right, here we are. This was a couple minutes ago, and this is Tyree Chisholm taking it up the middle, rushing touchdown and into the end zone for the
finished
Red
that one now.
Terrors. Finished with authority there, yeah.
And he told them about it.
Love to see it. All right, so 21-7, Glen Academy takes the lead over Greenbrier.
All right, well, let's do this. How about we take time out? We're about a half hour in to the Friday Night Zone Blitz. We'll get caught up on the scoreboard, but also when we come back, we think we'll probably have a lot of action to show you for the next couple of hours, each and every play from 5 different games that are just coming out of the half. So should be a really fun night and an important night for many teams here in the final week of the regular season. As happy November, everybody. The playoffs are approaching quick. We'll be right back on the Friday Night Zone Blitz.
Burgers or breakfast, you can get it all at Whataburger. Try something new on the menu or an all-time favorite like the Whataburger Patty Melt.
And now you can have breakfast here at Whataburger 12 hours a day, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m. Menu items like the bacon taquito, sausage taquito, honey butter chicken biscuit. Whether you work the late night shift, just want a snack early in the morning to get your day started, or a little pick-me-up late in the morning, 12 hours a day, breakfast served. 11 p.m. until 11 a.m.
A dozen locations in Jacksonville. You can order pickup or delivery. And download the Whataburger app. New rewards members get free Whataburger items when placing their first online order. Just download the app. And for us coffee drinkers, Whataburger has all new hot coffee and iced coffee too. Satisfy that coffee craving at Whataburger 24/7. And it comes in a variety of flavors. Burgers, breakfast, coffee, and so much more. Whataburger, just like you like it.
Hey everyone, Olivia Tasley here from Action Sports Jax to tell you all the different ways you can watch our new 24/7 network. 3 easy steps. You don't even need a pen and paper to write it down. Step number 1, download the app. Search Action News Jax in your app store either on your phone or your smart TV. Then, once you're on the app, click on that little drop-down menu in the upper left-hand corner with the 3 little lines. That'll show you these options, and boom, right here, click Action Sports Jax 24/7, and you will be brought to our continuous stream channel. That app can be accessed through all these different platforms. Whether you have Roku, Fire TV, Smart TV, Apple TV, or Google TV, you can find our app. Now, if you don't have access to the app, don't worry. We still got you covered. We're across all social media platforms from Facebook, Instagram, X, YouTube, Twitch. We have a podcast channel. Plus, check out our short reels on our TikTok. Action Sports Jax 24/7. It's on all the time and everywhere.
Baker Sports is local sports. Uniforms from Pop Warner and Little League to travel ball, high school, and college. They make you look good. They help you play good. Baker Sports has been helping families make memories that will last a lifetime with their Baker's Buckets. We've got a lot of these filled with baseballs and softballs in the garage. I've been throwing batting practice to Ty and Kaylee for years and also sit on the Baker's Bucket, catching Kaylee while she practices or pitching. Baker Sports is homegrown, and a lot of employees that used to play on local ball fields now work for Baker Sports, now helping you look good, play good, and make memories of your own. Visit Bakersport.com to see what Baker Sports can do for you. Custom apparel, Nike, Under Armour, Adidas, embroidery, screen printing, and more. Baker Sports is local sports. From Jacksonville to anywhere in the Southeast. Bakersport.com.
All right, we're taking a live look as we welcome you back to the Friday Night Zone Blitz because this is what we do. Orange Park and Clay playing. They just kicked off in the second half. Clay in the blue, Orange Park, well, you figure it out. Clay has the football, and Orange Park leads it 13-7. We'll show you a couple other games that are underway. And thanks, Brian. He's actually doing that right now for us as Yulee and Menendez have just kicked off in the second half. Menendez leads 13-0, really trying to put a stranglehold on an at-large bid, perhaps, in their region coming out in a couple of weeks. We'll see, really about a week from tomorrow. A week from tomorrow. That would be announced by the FHSAA. And then up in the top left, Bishop Kenny. Look at that score. They lead Providence 28-7. I'd say that's a little bit surprising. Check in with Coach Kevin Sullivan on that in just a bit. And then Ponte and Nice. It's going to be a fun one. It usually is. It's 21-20 at halftime in favor of Ponte Vedra. So we welcome you back out. Brent Martineau along Stuart Weber, who is not right here, but he will be here soon enough. He's bouncing back in and out of the studio. And right now we say hello to our Hall of Fame coach. It's Kevin Sullivan as he joins us now on the program. And Sully, it's the final ride for this 2024 campaign and a fun Friday night Zone Blitz and a lot at stake here in the final week of the regular season.
Yeah, a lot going on. I don't know how many guys are playing next week with the makeup week, the bye week heading into the playoffs. It's really going to help a bunch of teams out. You know, that big game last night, Mandarin and St. Augustine, you get anybody banged up, got an extra week to prep and rest guys, you get everybody back healthy. So I think it's going to be good. I think tonight's going to be fun. A lot of juggling with playoff spots with the at-large bids going on tonight. A lot of movement. Yeah, really hard to figure it out, right, Sully? I mean, how do you approach this from a coaching perspective? I mean, you got to win, right? You just take care of your own thing and you win. You're looking at a couple of games here with Yulee and Menendez and also Clay and Orange Park. Now, the Clay-Orange Park game on the right, that's non-factor for the postseason. But that Yulee-Menendez game really is a factor. They're 6-11 in the region. Menendez comes in at 6, so they are in a spot to get in that large bid. Now they got to take care of business, and so far they are at 13-0. Yeah, and that's going to be, if they can hang on and do that, that's quite an accomplishment. They've gone through some coaches the last 6 or 7 years and trying to get some stability there. And really nice job here. Yulee, big rebuilds this year, and they've struggled at times. But Menendez really hats off to them if they come out with a win and get in the playoffs this year.
Yeah, how about Jaden Logan right there? He's a big dude. He just caught it on the run, and I thought he was gone. Yulee able to make a touchdown-saving tackle, but Jaden Logan with a very nice catch and run. They looked the part down there in Menendez. They got some big fellas playing ball, and now they get a chance to maybe go ahead 20-0 in this football game. And we've been a little bit surprised by Yulee this year, Stuart. I mean, they've lost a lot of close games, but just haven't won as much as we thought they would this season.
Yeah, I think the schedule is a little tougher this year than it was last year as far as some of the matchups go, and you never know how it's going to transfer over because they just had such a strong, solid season a year ago.
Yeah.
And, it's so easy to think, all right, well, they'll just do it again. Well, in high school, it doesn't always work like that. You lose a key cog here or there. It can certainly affect that. As there's a nice play by one of those great players from Yulee. How about Grady Hood there into the backfield? Takes him out for a loss there. Nice job by the Hornets to hold him for a moment. But we'll certainly see what happens here over the course of this one as they take on Menendez.
Yeah, they're trying to get in 13-0 is the lead, and we'll show you these two games. Again, we've got a couple more that will be firing up here soon as Creekside, Ponte Vedra getting set to go in the second half, and Bishop Kenny and Providence. It's a long halftime because of the homecoming festivities as well. Again, left of your screen, Yulee, Menendez. Right of your screen, Orange Park and Clay. Good rivalry game out there. We'll stick with the Menendez game here as it's second down near the goal line. And let's see if that defense of Yulee can make another play. And they do. They string it out. They do a nice job of making sure it's going to be a 3rd and long right down near the goal line inside the red zone.
Calvin McCardell making the tackle there for the Hornets. Oh, we're going triple box. Let's bring in a third. We've got Providence at Bishop Kenny. Two teams that are in the playoffs already comfortably. Obviously, Bishop Kenny with the district title. Providence, the 1 seed, despite losing that district championship game against University Christian. So they're good. They just might have to play that first round on the road, pending the matchups. We'll certainly see. Sorry, Creekside. I lied.
Yeah, that was Creekside Ponte Vedra. Okay. Oh, and then we got a touchdown throw right there. Did they catch it? Is it good?
It says yes.
Yeah, it is. On a 3rd down and long in the red zone, and that's Nate Carr getting the catch and Cash Downey on the throw. So Downey to Carr, and that's a touchdown.
We got a flag on the field
for Menendez. Oh, do we have a flag?
See that flag right there?
Ah, that was a good-looking play, too. Oh, Sully, the flag comes out. That was a nice play. Are you seeing this stuff for us tonight, Sully?
Oh, yeah, I got you. Real nice job by the quarterback on the scrambles for the move, stepped up in the pocket, and then, got out there and found him in the back corner of the end zone. But, probably got a lineman downfield or something like that. That's probably what it looked like for the reason it came out so late.
Well, I think they're coming back with it. So,
shoe tying going on there.
that's a good teammate right there.
Teamwork, baby.
So, hey, look at now we got the 4 box up. We just saw, obviously, with Georgia-Florida game and Everbank Stadium with big news there today, of course, with the extension of that deal. That will stay through 2031 in Jacksonville. Obviously, a little hiatus while the stadium is being built. So, great news for the city of Jacksonville. Fun night, fun weekend ahead. But we got one right here as we got Bishop Kenny and Providence now in that top left, beginning the second half. And they're going to go for a field goal now at Menendez. Left-footed kicker. I like it.
Okay.
What's this we got? Number 88?
Dale Jr.?
86, sorry.
Kick is up, and it's good.
That a baby. Jake Fisher.
Nice shot.
Yeah, nice job. I still don't understand.
I got a pet peeve on these kickoffs right here is this holder right here. His knee should be down, and his back knee should be up. Just so you all know that. That's
coaching
a pet
moment.
peeve of mine.
Why is that?
So if the kid that's holding is your quarterback or your kicker, and a guy comes in off the edge, his knee's exposed to get hurt. See how that knee's up, and the guy comes in, it could really – I saw a kid playing way long time ago. Their quarterback was their holder, and their coach did that. They came off the edge and blew his ACL.
Oh, wow. Okay. So,
just
from a
safety. Look at that. Yeah, more of a safety issue than a coaching point. That's sort of a pet peeve of mine.
All
if
right.
I can make holders safe again.
Yeah, make Holder safe again. I like it.
We'll put it on a hat.
Sean Ashenfeld again swallowed up on the bottom right there by Ponte Vedra. Coach, we've seen some good Ponte Vedra Creekside games toward the end of the season. It looks like this one's shaping up. It's 21-20 Sharks over the Knights right now.
Yeah, that one, that's going to be like 50-49 is going to be the final up there unless they turn it around. I'm going to say that, and it's going to end up 21-20 the rest of the night. But
I doubt it.
Yeah, those two have played some great games over the years, and both teams are probably in the playoffs. Of course, we know Creekside won the district, and I believe Ponte Vedra is going to get in too. So it's a good tune-up game for both of these good, high-quality programs.
A little drama for you.
Do they make the play or not? Do they make the? We don't know yet. That froze. Oh, is he coming back? He just not made the play.
I got it.
That was awesome. I mean, it was awesome and it wasn't, but it was kind of awesome.
Coach talked about
a couple seconds behind you. I just got it.
Yeah, there you go.
Coach talked about the great matchups between those two. Obviously, so last year they met in the final week of the regular season as well, Creekside and Ponte Vedra. Creekside needed a win to make it into the postseason. They got it. And who was their first round opponent?
Ponte Vedra.
Ponte Vedra again. So they played each other in back-to-back weeks, and Ponte Vedra prevailed once they got into the postseason.
Yeah, it's crazy how that happens like that.
Looks like we got a big play there, I think, in the Orange Park game as they continue to move the football. It went incomplete on the Creekside game.
I think we had a turnover in the Menendez game as well.
All at the same time.
All at the same time.
Hey, that's why we show you the 4-box.
That's it.
So it looks like Creekside turned it over on downs to Ponte Vedra, so they'll take it over. They were really trying to deep shots, Creekside, every single time it looked like on that possession, but to no avail. Meanwhile, Orange Park's up 13-7. This would be a nice win, Coach, for Orange Park if they could get it done out there against Clay.
Yeah, it'd be a really good win for them, especially, they played a pretty good schedule, Orange Park. They've been competitive in a lot of games. And just another building block for Coach's second year. They're trying to really get that thing back and established. And that'd be a really good win for them.
That's Brock Aflehi, the wide receiver, I think. A-F-L-L-E-J-E. Aflehi, I think I'm going to go with.
Yeah.
What do you
Nice.
like? You like that? You like that, Weber?
I like it.
All
I'll allow it.
I mean, I'm sure there's like a 10% chance it's right, but
It's a lot of letters in there.
If not, you'll get an email later on tonight.
I feel like people have loosened up a little bit. They're not as hard on us anymore.
They're not, but we like the emails because that means they're watching.
That's right. We will. We'll take it.
It's
And I
true.
want to get it right
And
for
we
the
want to
next
get it
time.
right. Absolutely, yeah.
So here we go.
Oh, power run there from Clay into the end zone. Or Menendez. I'm all over the place on colors. I see a color and I jump.
Yeah.
I see blue and I say Clay.
Yeah, I think we might have had Orange Park trying to score at about the same. We got a lot of action going on at the same time.
That was Cash Downey for Menendez, the quarterback, taking it in for the Falcons.
I like it. A little celebration. No officials getting fired up, letting them celebrate with each other.
Yeah, and so that one might have. So they got a turnover. They go back down and score. They were already up 16-0. So now it's 22 with a chance to make it 23. Okay, here's your holder.
Is he doing it right?
I don't think so.
The knee that was down was the closer to the kicker.
Yeah,
the right knee.
No. You want to have the front knee down.
Yeah, I hear you. Now I get it. I get exactly what you're saying.
You see, look how his knee's exposed right there. See, if that kid comes flying in and dives out, man, and he hits him right on that. So that's just me not saying that anybody's wrong or nothing like that, but we always have coached it that way, and for a safety issue, that's how we believe to do it. So
yeah, I kind of like
it. If they need me to come out and coach it, I mean, I could come out and coach it.
I think they just got to flip this on and watch. I don't think you need to come out. It's a pretty simple switch. Hey, Orange Park just scored. Now they're going for 2, so it looks like they're up 19-7 now against Clay.
This is Gabe Taylor looking. Now he's going to run it.
Oh, nice
floats
job.
it to the back of the end zone to Dawson Smith. Although Dawson Smith listed as a linebacker here on the roster, so
he can do it all. No, I think so.
We'll tentatively say Dawson Smith.
Hey, that's what Max Prep says. That's what they put down on the roster. That's their own fault if it's a wrong name.
Yeah.
That's a nice job by that quarterback, too.
You know what's, yeah, Coach, I like that too. I thought it was cool that the game was real slow for him right there, you know?
Yeah, I thought he did a nice job. Again, he sort of knew where like the 3-yard line was, so because he started going and then bended sideways a little bit and then kept his eyes up. That's a really nice play. Really nice job by him.
And obviously a tough play for the defense too, right? I mean, you got to go get him or he's going to run it in and then you leave everybody wide open. So, yeah, nice job by the quarterback. It's kind of fun to watch these guys. You can always tell in football, even at the highest of levels, when guys are sped up a little bit versus when the game looks slow. And that was a nice job
without a doubt
by him making the game look pretty slow right there for Gabe Taylor and Orange Park. So Providence just scored a touchdown there in the top left as you see the celebration for the Stallions as they cut the deficit probably in half if they can add the extra points. That was a big score for Providence out of the second half locker room because they were down 28-7 at the break.
So we had a penalty on that 2-point conversion, so now they're going to kick it.
Let's see where his leg is. Coach, this guy did it too.
All right. Well, I don't know what to tell you.
We're going to change this because you make perfect sense there. You don't always make sense to me. You make perfect sense there, Sully. That's a good injury prevention. In fact, I would feel like now I'm trying to think how I would hold the ball, hold for a kick, and I guess it would be natural to put your back leg down when you're holding. That's more of a natural feeling. But
yeah, it is a little awkward putting it the other way, but on high snaps and everything, you get a little bit more jump out of the thing.
Yeah.
And with the front knee down and the back knee up, you just got to be able to bend. It takes the kids a little while, but once we do, that's always been a safety because for us, either our quarterback was our holder or our best wide receiver was the holder.
Mm-hmm.
So we couldn't afford to lose him that way.
Yeah. And also, you're right. If there is a bad snapper, that's the guy who's making a play and can maybe do something with it as well. We've got Ponte Vedra up 21-20, and we're obviously taking a close look at this one as they are driving now. This is their first possession of the second half against the Creekside Knights defense, and both these teams looking good. I think Stewart had them down as 4-5 in their respective region. So Ponte Vedra 4, Creekside 5. Sully, I think both these teams are looking good to make the postseason. Creekside had to get a little healthier, and it seems like they're starting to get healthier toward the postseason. They've even got a couple more weeks to do so.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing that plays into some of these teams, especially the teams like Creekside and Ponte Vedra that have played good people. Every week they're playing a good team, and I think it really helps them get that extra week in the playoffs. Now, as far as a team that's hot and on a roll and maybe has played like the last 4 weeks really well, you may not want the bye week because your kids, you know what I mean, could get into a situation there. But I think the bye week, by the state adding it, I think it's really done a good job for some of these teams that have played a really tough schedule and really given an extra week to get healthy.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's hard not to like that little week in there to, and in the future, hopefully not have to play on that Friday swing or something like that. So it makes a lot of sense. 20-7 is the score. As you can see, that's Orange Park over Clay at Cliff Averill Field, and former NFLer, of course. And at the top left, we're looking at Bishop Kenny and Providence. Bishop Kenny has a 28-14 lead. And this one right here is Yulee Menendez. Menendez really in control of this game. And we'll get this one back from Marcel Robinson over there at Ponte Vedra and Creekside as that was the one that froze earlier, so maybe we're having a little bit of a signal issue out there at Ponte Vedra High School, but we'll be able to show it to you. We're pretty confident we'll get that thing working in just a little bit. Sully, let's go back to, or Brian, I should say, let's go back to last night with First Coast while these games are being played and kind of it doesn't look like anybody's about to score. First Coast in Jackson, Sully's former school, against his buddy Marty Lee, and maybe the final game for Marty Lee at the First Coast Bucks, and that was our game of the week, brought to you by Jaguars Prep and Whataburger. So you let me know, Brian, if we can get to that. If we have to wait a little bit longer for it, I just want to make sure we talk a little bit about Marty Lee with Sully here in a bit. Of
course, that game played on a Thursday night because of the fact that we got those Duval County Public Schools, and here we go. Let's take a look, shall we? out at the shipyard, and it was all defense in the first half. This is Mike Hill. He'll find Jakari Matthews looking to extend the play and get some yardage, but ball gets jarred loose. Devon Womack jumps on it, and that is a Tigers turnover. They take it away. Jackson back on offense. Jamarian Dixon trying to take a shot, but Steven Dixon comes down with the pick to give the ball right back to the offense. 2 plays later, Nemo Williams taking the handoff, or the pitch, excuse me, to the near side. He comes and into the end zone for 6. That's it. That's all it took. 6-0, your final score there as the Bucks get the job done over Jackson. Marcel Robinson catching up with Marty Lee after the win.
I'm here with Victoria's head coach, Marty Lee. I mean, we've had this conversation about winning at First Coast a lot. You know, sometimes I've seen you win big, I've seen you win little, I've seen you win ugly, I've seen you win pretty. Sometimes the ugly ones are the best ones.
You know, the close ball games are important because really coaching comes in. You know, and we had some opportunities in the first half. We dropped 2 touchdowns. We had a fumble. We came out and punched one in, you know, and the defense has struggled a lot. Our offense has not done anything in the last 3 weeks. And for us to finish off the season like this, it's a good thing to kick off the off season and see what we got for the upcoming year.
I always feel better to end the season on a win than a loss, right?
Oh, it always is. You know, I have a lot of connection with Andrew Jackson. My first ever coaching job in 1986. Mm-hmm. You wasn't even here yet.
I was not.
No, but was at Andrew Jackson.
Yep.
And my 100th win came at Andrew Jackson. And Bobby Ramsey is such a good friend of mine. I've been a mentor to him, and he does a great job. And I'm excited about what he's doing with Andrew Jackson.
Well, you're a mentor to a lot of folks around here.
I appreciate it. It's been fun being here. You know, I've done this for 40 years. Been a head coach in football for 27, and head baseball coach, and my whole life's been at First Coast High School. And people asked me, said, Coach, why didn't you go somewhere else? And I just felt like this is where God wanted me to be. And it means a lot to me.
Means a lot to us too, Coach.
I appreciate it.
That's our head coach, Marty Lee, the legendary Marty Lee himself. First Coast, your winners here at the Shipyard. Let's go back to you guys.
Well, that was good stuff with Marcel Robinson and Marty Lee, and great to bring in Kevin Sullivan, our Hall of Fame coach. You've kind of gone through all those emotions a couple of times, much like Marty did as well. It's hard to get out, isn't it?
Yeah, it's hard to get out, but I mean, I think that coach has done a lot of positives, out there at First Coast, and he's got a great track record of trying to develop men through football. And trying to do it the right way a lot of times. And again, him and I played a lot of games over the years and had a lot of fun coaching against each other. But we've always been friends. There was never anything. It's been pretty interesting to try to kill somebody or hate somebody game night, and then after the game just get a big hug, and then I see you at the Jags game or at the Tip Top or something like that. So
yeah, it's part of the. I think that's part of the cool thing about high school sports in general, with a lot of the coaches in many different sports, and just the scene around here. So many old timers, if you will, that go way back, are either from here or just know everybody in this small circle. That's even a pretty big city here in Jacksonville. So Marty Lee certainly does that. And he said it. He's an athletic director, baseball coach, football coach, really an impact on a lot of different things over there at First Coast High School, Sully.
Yeah, definitely. And the sad thing, probably the hardest thing for him to be, he's cut that field for 27 years, so he's taking care of their field and their facility and everything. And when I talked to him a couple of weeks ago, who's going to cut the field when I leave? I'm like, Coach, I'm sure they'll let you come up and cut the field a couple times a week if you want to. You know what I mean? It's just funny, but that's how, coaches, we think. That's what we did. That's sort of like your peace of mind, getting on the tractor, putting on your headphones and sort of escaping for an hour as you cut the field and do all that stuff. But I thought that was sort of funny when he said that, So, but, yeah, Coach has been great. I mean, he's been a good friend to me. We've had a lot of great battles over the years, but he's just done a tremendous job on that side of town in North Jacksonville. And it's funny because now, like we talked about, he's got guys that are coaching with him that played for him, and he's coaching sons of guys that played for him. But then there's guys that he coached against that are head coaches in the area, you know what I mean? So it's sort of a full circle thing.
Yeah, really cool. I love that part of it. I think it's really neat, and just, again, job well done. There's a lot of commitment and service put in by all the coaches in the area, no matter how long you coach, but especially you start adding it up over 4 decades for Marty Lee. He's been a big part of First Coast High School. It's funny you brought up that tractor story, because when I was out there at Fletcher for Joe Reynolds a couple of weeks back, and he was being honored for his last game as he was heading into retirement. Of course, he hadn't been coaching, but he'd been a part of Fletcher and stepped down as the AD, I think, in the spring. But he painted the field that day. He hadn't painted it in like 15 years, but he painted the field that day. He just wanted to be kind of like that old feeling of doing all that work. There's Orange Park kicking a field goal. Orange Park looking good tonight.
So Orange Park will kind of go backwards here. They kicked the field goal there to make it 24-7. They had that field position thanks to an interception of Clay. And let's show you the score right before that. That made it 21-7. This was from a few minutes ago. Devin Rail going to be on the receiving end of this Gabe Taylor pass. There he is, just waiting for it in the end zone. So Devin Rail gets the touchdown. That made it 21-7. They have since added another field goal after the turnover. 24-7. Orange Park now leads Clay.
I think they must have missed an extra point. I think the scoreboard at least said 23-7, but close enough. Unless it is 24-7.
Yeah.
And maybe Hamby knows better than us. But
it's 20-something to 7.
It's 20-something to 7. But you saw, hey, it was kind of a similar play by Taylor, the quarterback. I mean, he just patiently waited. It looks like he was going to run again. I thought we were showing the old touchdown for a minute, but we weren't. So we got that game, and Orange Park's got a good grip on that one. Menendez also has a pretty good grip on the one against Yulee, as they are out in front in a big way. Bottom right is Creekside Ponte Vedra. Brian Case scored a touchdown. So I believe it's 28-20 now. And now you see Creekside coming right back down the field. So we've got that on the bottom right. And up on the top left, that's Bishop Kenny celebrating a defensive play, it looks like. They have come back and scored to take a 3-score lead over Providence in the second half.
We do have the video of the most recent Providence touchdown. So at this point,
it was 28-7.
28-7. Caleb Stanton into the end zone. That made it 28-14. However, as you just mentioned, Bishop Kenny has since come back and scored another touchdown. Now they have the ball in great field position again. So looking to extend that lead a bit more.
So I would say the top left and the bottom right are games to really kind of, at least from it looks like, keep an eye on for now, because there's a lot of time left even in that Providence game. Top right and bottom left looks like Menendez and Orange Park are in pretty good control. So bottom right now, we go to Creekside and Ponte Vedra. Maybe we take that one full, as it looks like they're going to try for a field goal here. Looks like they got close to maybe tying it up, but now it's a field goal try, and points on the board for the Creekside Knights. So I'm going to assume a little bit this is a 28-23 game.
We'll find out.
And
there you go.
That's a good assumption.
Evan Marchand with the field goal there for the Knights.
By the way, I think I heard that he actually is related to Brad Marchand from the Boston Bruins.
Hockey player.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah, I heard that just like 2 nights ago.
Huh.
So, and now I kind of forget the backstory of how they're related, but I think they're related.
All right.
How about that?
We'll go with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you notice Creekside had the right knee down and the left knee up on the field goal?
I didn't. Shoot, I'm disappointed in myself. I didn't notice.
Quarterback's the holder, right?
Yeah, see, that's really interesting. Man, we learn something all the time with Sully. That's good stuff. As we come back out here, we also are keeping an eye on Glen Academy and Greenbrier. They've been up 21-7.
Just started the second half there.
Just started that.
In Brunswick.
And then look at almost a safety up there at Orange Park, and that's a big play by the big fella, number 52. It's Jaden Blanton, the defensive tackle, and he almost got a couple pointer there for Orange Park. Orange Park's looking really good tonight. All right, so we got some good action. This is what we wanted. Final night of the Friday night Zone Blitz. Again, our Friday night Blitz goes for a few more weeks, the TV edition. But this extravaganza, if you will, where you see 5 different games going at the same time and live looks in. This is our final night of 2024. It's really been a lot of fun. Let's see, pick a game that we could get some interesting things going on.
Let's go Orange Park Clay. Yeah, you know, anytime a punter has those back heels up against the back of the end zone.
This looks
Gets
like
a little
trouble.
dicey.
Get rid of it, kid. Hey, he did.
Yeah, he did. He
Good
had to have some fancy footwork there to make sure he didn't step out of bounds.
That's about as good as you could hope for in high school. Get it out at the 38-yard line off your own 1 or 2 yard line. So hey, we're all over the special teams tonight, Sully.
Yeah, really good job by him. Really, it's like a one-step punt right there, and just to get it out. And that young man's got to come up and field that ball right there. He should have fair caught that on about the 28.
I think that's another. Obviously, we've seen kickers improve quite a bit across the area and probably across the state and across all of high school football. I think the punters have too, Coach. I know there's all this specialization, but I think the kicking and punting has to be so much better than it was maybe, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 years ago.
Yeah, you're probably right. There's a lot of specialization. A lot of guys take pride in that. You know, the punters and the kickers, they just sort of do their thing, and they can win the game or lose the game, you know, like that. So they like to do their thing and go off on the side and not make a big deal. They don't want to draw all that extra attention to them.
All right, we got
we got a pick.
Oh, we got a pick by Clay right there. Well, let's see if we can get it. I think it's number 3, and look, he just keeps going.
Yeah, Dominic Swilly with the there's a flag thrown in with the interception. It was an interesting play because the offensive lineman for Orange Park lost his helmet.
He did,
and actually he did the correct thing, which is you completely stop playing, which is so hard for these players to do because it's in your instinct. You know, you're just going 100 miles a minute, right? So to tell a guy, okay, well your helmet came off, you have to completely stop and don't get involved in the play, otherwise you're going to get penalized for effort. You know, it's tough to do, but he certainly did it. And as the play developed, you get an interception there.
I haven't seen that a lot before, but Sully, that's the rule, right? I mean, you got to get out of the play.
Yeah, because if you stay in the play, they're going to flag you. It's a safety issue. You know, back in the day, they used to just the play would just go on, the guy running around with his helmet off, and the guy's trying to kill him. You know, so I think that's a good rule. And so it's illegal participation if the helmet comes off and the young man doesn't stop.
I got you. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, but you're right. That's a hard thing to do. We got Providence up in that top left there as they are trying to kind of get back in this game. It's go time for them. They trail by a few scores against Bishop Kenny. And, Coach, when we said Bishop Kenny, well, what a strange team they've been all year, huh?
I know. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we've talked about it. I mean, one week they look like the best Bishop Kenny team we've had on, and then next week they look like the worst Bishop Kenny team we've ever seen. They've been up and down, and they could have a lot of young guys, which we know, you know, they had the quarterback who graduated, was a 3-year starter, a couple good guys, but they've sort of been the Jekyll Hyde team. They want to figure out what team's going to show up.
Yeah, no doubt. Yulee, we just showed scoring. It was not Derrick Henry. Kind of looked like him bursting away from everybody. Was that Braylon Jones 6 or was it
5.
Ethan Myers 5?
Ethan Myers 5,
okay.
I believe.
So that was number 5, Ethan Myers. So a little quick score for Yulee.
Swinging gate. We got a swinging gate. We're going for it. 2-point conversion. And it worked.
Got it.
By the way, you'll see a swinging gate highlight a little bit later on here tonight on the Friday Night Blitz. I saw Paxson complete the 2-point conversion on a similar play, a little differently designed. I think that's the cool thing with the swinging gate is that you can design it in a bunch of different ways.
Yeah, that was Daniel Armenta, by the way. It makes it 23-8 now. But as you can see, Menendez still in control. And Sully, we were just talking about that because we will show you one a little bit later. It's kind of different, but why is the swinging gate a play that we see in high school? Occasionally, we might get it in college, and you never get it in the NFL.
Well, I think the reason a lot of guys get in the swinging gate is because just to catch the other team sleeping. Because, you know, you give up a score, and the coach knows, hey, if we score, next time we score, we're going to the swinging gate. And so they give up a score, and the defensive guys are like, oh, man. And all of a sudden, they're running out there getting their guys lined up. Now everybody's scrambling to go to it. So I think it's really good. One year we did it that way and had it on the left, and then we shifted all the linemen and everybody to the other side, to the other hash. And the whole team moved, and we just stabbed at the quarterback and ran it in on the left side.
Yeah,
there's a lot of things you can do with that.
Yeah, and I think you're right. And we'll show you one a little bit later. We thought it was a little bit different what Weber got from the Paxson game.
A little bit of a sideways snap that went about 15 yards to the left and a couple yards back, rugby type as you get a long pass towards the end zone, picked off. Orange Park's Alexavier Fennell with the interception for the Raiders.
Nice shot playing center field there, Coach.
Yeah, that's a really good job by that young man high pointing that ball there. Got it. You got to throw it nice. Good. Oh, yeah. Woo!
Yeah, you got it. That's good. That's good. We set you up for, I like your live reaction after we see it. This is good. This is a good setup. This is good. I love it. So Orange Park now, that might have sealed the deal. They were in the fourth quarter there, and Orange Park is looking good tonight. So good for them. Bishop Kenny's up 35-14, by the way. And the Creekside game, which is, where's that?
Bottom left.
Did they just score again? Or Ponte Vedra, they go into the fourth. Looks like they might be going to the fourth. So it's 28-23.
Yep. Just starting it off. Knights with the ball.
And that third quarter went by pretty quick.
Yeah.
And Ponte Vedra has the football. And it looks like they're driving. So pretty critical possession on defense for the Knights.
Hey, Stu, what's the playoff situation in Georgia with Glenn Academy and Brunswick and Camden?
Yeah, so I do. Brunswick's in great shape. So Brunswick has not lost a game in region. Remember, up in Georgia, they call them regions, not districts, just to throw us off. We got to call them two different things in two different states. So Brunswick has yet to lose in their region. Glenn Academy, I believe they've lost a couple. But top 4 teams in those regions make the playoffs. So I think they should still be in that upper half of their region. We'll certainly find out here in a couple weeks because, they play tonight, they play again as you got a little halfback pass coming from Ponte Vedra, and it's caught into the end zone. Touchdown.
That was Brian Case throwing the football,
to the quarterback, Drew Price. Drew Price, number 2, your quarterback with the reception.
Was that 2 or 8?
I think
that's
Tietze. Was it 8, Tietze?
Camden Tietze, yeah.
I thought I saw it 2.
Well, it looked like a 2, actually.
It did. So
nice catch.
As for Camden County, they've won, I believe they're like 1-2, 1-3 in the region. They've got a really tough region. But
definitely.
More years than not, they have like 5, maybe 6 teams in that region. So if you beat the bottom feeders, which I believe they have done, you're at least going to make the postseason as a 3rd or 4th seed out of your region. So
that's a murderer's row.
It really is. It's really tough when you had the Lowndes and the Valdostas. Teams that you got to play year in, year out just because you're in South Georgia, and that's where the powerhouses reside. So we'll certainly keep an eye on them here. When they've been winning, they've won big. I'll say that. So look out for the rest of the state once they get into that postseason, because the way they set up those brackets in Georgia, you won't have to face another team from your region, district, quote unquote, until you hit the Final Four. So, as long as you stack up well against the state, you got a good chance to make a good run, even if you didn't do quite so well against the teams from your area that are really good.
Yeah, so we're looking at Greenbrier and Glenn Academy. Thumbs up for you guys up there in Georgia. Thumbs up
Jordan
really
Love?
for
Who
the
is that? What's going on?
Red Terrors, because they're up 21-7, but Greenbrier looks like they're on the doorstep here and maybe can threaten that lead. We've got some good games going on. 23-7, though, now Orange Park leads Clay. That was a big score you just watched for Ponte Vedra as they now go up 35-23. 12 points, that's nothing, says Creekside, in the fourth quarter. So keep an eye on that one. We will do that as well. Hey, Brian, let's do this. Take a timeout here on the Friday Night Zone Blitz. Let's take Providence up there and Bishop Kenny. Looks like Providence is driving a little bit. They're down 35-14. They need a score. We'll have more with Coach Sully and more of all these games, of course, here on the Friday Night Zone Blitz.
Nobody but Nimnicht. Our family has purchased 6 vehicles from Nimnicht Buick GMC. The #1 Buick GMC dealer in Jacksonville has lots of inventory to choose from with their best price guarantee. Who gives you top dollar for your trade? Nobody but Nimnicht. Save up to $10,000 off select new GMC Sierras or get rates as low as 1.9%.
You know, I'm a truck guy. GMC Sierra, my trim level is an SLT. This one's an Elevation. Pretty good looking color as well. So here at Nimnicht Buick GMC, you have a lot to pick from. My father-in-law, he drives this, an Enclave. So I feel like that GMC in the family. 2025 is coming around the corner, which means it's almost time to close out those 2024s this summer.
You can schedule a test drive at NimnichtBuickGMC.com. And while you're there, check your trade value and customize your payment options. Nimnicht is there for you, even on Sundays. So who has put in the most years and stands behind a better experience? The answer's simple. Nobody but Nimnicht. Your friends in the car business since 1941. GMC. We are professional grade.
The Action Sports Jax 24/7 network is streaming. I'm Stuart Weber, and I'm here to teach you a nice 3-step process on how you can watch all your favorite programming from the Brent and Austin Show every weekday 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. or the Cup Date with me. It's fantastic. We talk NASCAR. It's a great time. Wednesdays at 1 o'clock. All right, first step, easy. Download the Action News Jax app. You probably already have it downloaded on your phone, so you might already have that one taken care of. Step 2. See that stack of pancakes up there? You click that stack of pancakes, and it's going to bring down step number 3, which is a full screen of all the different streams that you can click on, including the Action Sports Jax 24/7 stream. You click that, the video's rocking and rolling on your mobile device. You're watching all the shows you want to, and you're having a good time. You can also do it on your smart TV with the Action News Jax Now app. I do it on my Samsung TV at home. It's a great way to watch it on a nice, large screen for all the content. That's the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network. Hope you can find it.
Burgers or breakfast, you can get it all at Whataburger. Try something new on the menu or an all-time favorite like the Whataburger Patty Melt.
And now you can have breakfast here at Whataburger 12 hours a day, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m. Menu items like the bacon taquito, sausage taquito, honey butter chicken biscuit. Whether you work the late night shift, just want a snack early in the morning to get your day started, or a little pick-me-up late in the morning, 12 hours a day, breakfast served, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m.
A dozen locations in Jacksonville. You can order pickup or delivery and download the Whataburger app. New rewards members get free Whataburger items when placing their first online order. Just download the app. And for us coffee drinkers, Whataburger has all new hot coffee and iced coffee too. Satisfy that coffee craving at Whataburger 24/7, and it comes in a variety of flavors. Burgers, breakfast, coffee, and so much more. Whataburger, just like you like it.
Was that his pad?
Taking a look at all the different games that we have, and we're showing you live action of Creekside and Ponte Vedra. Down there on the bottom left, bottom right is up in Georgia, Greenbrier and Glenn. And it's 21-14 now as Greenbrier scores. In the top right, we got a fake right there. Looks like Orange Park. Yeah, I think they might have just faked the punt if I caught that correctly. And so a nice job by them. They're going to pick up a first down, and they'll continue to be able to take control of that football game as they've been pretty much in good shape the entire way. We also have Menendez and Yulee. Looks like we've got a player down there, so we won't show you that one. And hopefully that young man's okay. Menendez in control of that football game. And then we also have Bishop Kenny and Providence we'll take you to in just a moment. I want to show you some of the games that we are keeping the eye on right here. These 4 that we have, featured games of the night. And then we add in Glenn and Greenbrier as well. So we'll show you the finishes of all these games. And right now it looks like we could get a pretty good finish up here. We've got Orange Park, Menendez, and Bishop Kenny in pretty good control so far, the games they are at. What else we got here? Take the 4 box here. We'll keep Menendez. There's a pretty significant injury, it looks like. All right, look at that top left as we welcome back Coach Kevin Sullivan. What do we see there, Sully? Front knee is down. Oh, wait a minute.
I don't know. Is that what we got?
We did have it, I think. We did have it, but then we jumped to the Ponte Vedra game. But I think they did make a field goal for Providence. Yeah, it was down, right? That was the proper way to do it.
Yeah.
It's all over this. This is my biggest thing of the night. He ended up making the kick, too, to make it 35-17. And it looks like Ponte Vedra's got the football back, so they've got a chance to really take control of this game. 35-23 is the score in the fourth quarter. And, hey, hats off to the Ponte Vedra defense. That Creekside offense has been tough to stop most of the year, Coach. Right now, they've done a good job in the second half.
Yeah, they're really scrappy. They really get after it. Their front guys are really physical up front and get off the ball real well. And Ponte Vedra being able to do this. But, again, we've seen Creekside mull around and then last 7 minutes score like 3 touchdowns. I don't think that's happening tonight, but that's a good effort by Ponte Vedra.
Yeah, right now, too, the Ponte Vedra kids, I mean, it looks like they've really taken control of the line of scrimmage, too. So they've got things working and really in control of this football game as they've got the ball up by a dozen now. And as you can tell, they're not really in much of a hurry.
Nope.
Thought we could get pretty much a barn burner there, but it doesn't look like we're going to end up that way here tonight. Good. We've got Coach Johnson is going to join us here. Sully, I think you should be able to hear him as well. Ed White, coach, has the night off on a Friday night, so I probably interrupted dinner or a date or something like that. But Coach Lawrence Johnson from Ed White, nice win 42-16 last night. And appreciate you jumping in the Friday Night Zone Blitz. Brent Martineau, Kevin Sullivan, congrats on the win last night, Coach.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
What's it kind of weird sitting at home on a Friday night, right?
Yes, they have us playing on Thursdays usually for the Florida Georgia, so I'm starting to get used to it. I prefer to play on Friday nights, but I can get used to this Thursday and having Fridays off too.
Looks like you guys handled it pretty well. Give us a little bit of a glimpse of what happened last night, how you guys were able to come away with a 42-16 win.
Well, they came out there and they played hard. We're in a situation where we won the district, so we know we're in, but we don't really know who we're playing or what our final seeding is going to be. So we're hoping to get the win and hopefully move up, and maybe if the right set of circumstances happen, we'll be able to host a playoff game.
Sully, take it away.
Hey, LJ, man, congratulations winning the district. Awesome, man. Talk about the offense. You sort of struggled early in the year, and it seems like you sort of get your groove the last 3 or 4 games and really starting to play well. You've always played great defense, but talk about your offensive kids a little bit.
Well, we have a bunch of good kids. They're a young group. We have a sophomore quarterback, and we really only have one senior on the offensive line, and mostly underclassmen receivers. So they were real inexperienced, especially at the beginning of the year, and I think they're just starting to kind of understand what we're trying to do as we move on later in the season. And because of that, they're just performing better, so they're just executing a little bit better with more experience.
Coach Lawrence Johnson with us here on the Friday Night Zone Blitz, coming off a nice win. And what is this part like to wait for the postseason, especially with this gap week here? How do you manage that as a coach? Last night, obviously, taking care of business, but now the practices and a little bit of a wait. Good news, you can get healthy if you're banged up at all. But the bad news is that's a lot of practice before you play your next football game, which will be the biggest one of the year.
Yeah, so we don't. That's the bad part. We don't really know who we're going to play, so it's hard to get any film on anyone as of right now. Like as of right now, I think they have us going out to the Panhandle. So again, I'm just hoping we can move up some and maybe one of those teams come here. I'll try to check out some of these teams and see what they're running on offense and defense, and maybe we can get in a couple extra practices because of that. And if not, then we'll just kind of go back to the basics and work on us and hopefully just kind of get better at what we do versus worrying about some of the things that they do. But it would be good to know, so we can go ahead and get started on our prep and maybe get an advantage.
You obviously you live this high school football stuff. Do you like watching it on a night like this when you don't have a game?
No, I actually just got back from dinner with my wife, so
good.
Yeah, we're just kind of relaxing right now. I did flip on before I turned on the TV. I saw on YouTube the Ponte, Vedra and Creekside, and it was at halftime. But yeah, it was movie time for us, so I turned it off and
I like it.
Yeah, we're getting ready to watch something else. So
I like it.
Yeah, Coach, you got to take care of your biggest fan. The home, they're the biggest fans, good, bad, or not. They're always going to be there for you. Take care of her.
Yeah.
Hey, you have you mentioned your sophomore quarterback, King Boylston. We obviously saw his brother play for a long time, Kyle Boylston. How's he coming along for you? And did we see a highlight last night where it was king to king? Do you have 2 kings on your team?
We do. We have a freshman receiver, King Mercer. He's been a really good player for us, and he played a lot last night. One of our receivers, we kind of set him out so he could get healthier, hopefully going into the playoffs. So we let a freshman get in there, and he made a lot of plays for us last night. I was very proud of him. He took a kick return back in. He caught a touchdown, had a couple other catches, and King is always playing. King Boylston is always playing. very well for us. I mean, he's a smart kid. He makes good decisions, and the thing that I like is he doesn't usually make the same mistake twice. So, I mean, you're going to get some mistakes with a young player, but he usually corrects them, and then we don't usually see them again. So that's what one of his strengths are. And he kind of just keeps getting better.
Yeah, we're taking a look at some of your highlights from last night right now, by the way. Baldwin and Ed White. Ed White ends up winning 42-16. Before we let you go and enjoy the rest of your night and enjoy the movie, by the way, as well, what do you think right now is the strength of your football team going into the postseason?
Well, we're doing a good job of playing complementary football. So the defense has been getting after it, and we're trying to make sure we don't turn the ball over and put them in a whole bunch of bad situations. So, if we can do that, play well on all three phases, I think we're good enough to be able to compete with anybody. So, I think that's it, just playing well in all three phases.
All right. Well, hey, go watch the movie. Have a good night, and appreciate you hanging out with us. We'll see you in a couple of weeks in the playoffs.
Okay. Thank you.
That's
good night.
Good night. That's Lawrence Johnson, the head coach of the Ed White Commanders, one of the former stomping grounds of our coach, Kevin Sullivan, as well. And Sully, we talk about Ed White all the time. Nobody really talks a lot about him, and they just are steady, and feel like they're going to have a chance almost any night they're in a football game.
And I think it starts with them defensively. I mean, they've got, the Patterson young man's been a 4-year starter at corner, and the Johnson back there in the secondary playing wide out. I think they got a lot of great senior leadership in the back half of their defense, and it's just helped them because it's helped their offense, who's, like Coach said, got a lot of young kids. And really are playing pretty well. And I think they've beaten Riverside 21-20 week before has been a huge sort of monkey off coach's back, trying to get that win, a West Side win over Riverside was big for them. And then last night putting them away. So like I said, I don't like to be in that position he's in where, you're in the playoffs, but who are you going to play? Or do you have a choice? Maybe after the night and they get a look, they'll find out maybe they're fourth, maybe they're fifth. And you don't know. So if you start pouring in film and getting ready to go, you might be getting ready for 2 or 3 different teams and then maybe not get any of those teams. So it's sort of a weird thing. And I like what Coach said. He said, we're just going to take care of ourselves and get back to the fundamentals and the basics.
Yeah, very well said.
I know we've talked about this before, too, but that 4 and 5 is weird, right? Because if 4 and 5 are both district champs, you can finish 5 and have to go on the road. I know a lot of coaches and folks on social media have been proponents of the 4 district champs should be the 4 home games, but the way they have it set up right now, that's not how it works. If 4 and 5 are both district champs, then it's going to go to the higher seeded one, and you're going to have a non-district champ somewhere in there hosting a playoff game.
Yeah, that's just the way it's going to be.
Just the way it is at the moment.
They fixed most of it. I think some people still would want to see that next step.
And I think it's because they want the district championship to mean something.
That's right.
I think that's what everybody's, we talked about it last week and the week before about the district championship meaning something, and it still means something to win a championship. So you should get the host, but what do we know?
Yeah, no, I think
we
you're
know
right.
A lot, Sully. Don't shortchange this thing.
Well, and I think you're right, though. I think there's a lot to that because ever since we've been doing shows with you, Sully, you've been saying that, and I don't think you're alone. I think there's a lot of people that believe that. And you know what? It should mean something. I'll tell you this, because it's hard to win beyond that. Those are nice moments. Those are memory kind of moments for kids and teams and how you build programs when you win a district championship. I know state championship's great or regional championship's good too, right? But not everybody gets that chance.
Yeah.
I mean, so this isn't like everybody gets a trophy type thing. This is, you're going to have a district champ. So you might as well have some weight to it. So bottom line is, maybe there's one more step to go. Let's reset things a little bit here as we take a look at all our games. As Yulee right in the middle of this, as you're seeing, is trying to come back, but they've been down against Menendez the whole way. You see Orange Park up 26-7.
Oh my goodness.
That was a heck of a play by Sean.
Truck stick there at about the 12, then a spin move. Gets it down to about the 6.
Orange Park up over Clay. 21-21 now as Greenbrier's come back with 2 touchdowns in the third quarter. And you just mentioned Sean and Creekside as they are trying to cut into this lead, and that's Harrison Garrido. He gets denied at the goal line. So they need a score, and they're down another one. And then I think we just saw Bishop Kenny come away with a turnover.
Yeah, they pulled away in that game down by the river, taking on Providence, a matchup with 2 playoff teams there, good rivals. Let's go back to Creekside, shall we? Sean Aschenfelder needed a little more.
Yeah, he didn't get
more on that one to get to his receiver.
Yeah, that was just a little underthrown. That was a good call by the official, by the way, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sean knows.
I think that the Bishop Kenny tonight is the good Bishop Kenny tonight.
Yeah.
And but I think their schedules help them in this game, where their schedule is probably a little bit stronger than Providence's schedule is played. So Bishop Kenny's been used to being in games like this. So I think maybe tonight that might be the difference in why they're playing so well.
Yeah, just looking at Sean and Creekside walking off the field here at this moment, and that was an interesting moment there for Aschenfelder. He had made that crazy run, and he was tired. You could tell kind of short arm to throw, and didn't tap out though the game.
He did not. No, he did not.
Sorry, couldn't avoid it.
He gets to keep his starting spot.
Yeah. Then we got Providence, Bishop Kenny. Stay on this one as we are on this game right now before Creekside has another chance to cut into that deficit. But this one does surprise you, though, right? Guys, we thought this one would be a little bit closer between Providence and BK.
I thought I had a chance to be a little bit closer. Sully kind of hit the nail on the head there as far as strength of schedule goes.
Yeah.
The records might be a little different, but BK has definitely played a tougher schedule of the two. Still, Providence finds itself in a great position to make the postseason.
Yep.
And look, the regional ranking, they're still number 1 in the region, even without winning the district. So they have done enough to put themselves in a good position to maybe host some playoff games, depending on how those seeds all fall out there at the end. But yeah, Kenny has been tested and in a good way, certainly.
Yeah, and UC, by the way, Coach, last week beat Providence for the district championship. Providence was up in that game, I think a couple of scores, too. So
52-42 final score of that one. Yeah.
But, Providence has really come a long way, haven't they?
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. I mean, I think Coach has done a really good job with their kids and everything like that. And then so as Coach Williams builds this thing, I'm sure he's going to look to upgrade schedules. It's sort of like what we talked about last week about certain people's schedule, certainly like Middleburg. We talked about Middleburg last week. They started 6-0 and then lost the last 3 games to real quality teams. So as you start building your program, you got to get some success, and then you've got to upgrade when your kids are ready to take on that next step.
I'll tell you what, Sean Aschenfelder just scored a touchdown as you're talking, and look at that young man right there.
He's going to get a well-deserved ice bath.
He is exhausted. It almost makes me wonder if he's kind of sick today. Doesn't feel that great. Because there was a moment there a couple plays ago where it looked like he was trying to catch his breath in a major way.
Took a big hit there as he got the score, and then he's got to go hold on an extra point.
There he goes. Got that leg down.
Because he knows he's got to get back in there and go. And that's the thing. Like, you remember a couple weeks ago against Range, he got a little dinged towards the end of that game. And so he might have some effects of that, too, a little bit in this game where the lot's on his shoulders. He's getting banged around pretty good, too, tonight.
Yeah, he is definitely winded in this football. They asked him to do a lot.
Man, he's fun to watch, though.
Yeah, he's fun. He is fun. Rutgers commit, obviously, and he's going to. I always talk about Sean in baseball as well. Nice run up there in the Orange Park game. Did he get in the end zone? He might have got in. I stepped out of bounds. But it's 35-30 now with 3:40 to go, and the Knights still have all 3 timeouts, so we still could get a crazy finish here with Ponte Vedra and the Knights. One thing about Sean, he's not going to play baseball in the spring. He's going early to Rutgers, so he's going to go join that Rutgers program. Right after this season, right after December and into January, like a lot of kids do these days.
I wonder if would he have played the Halloween game yesterday? He probably didn't get a chance to get out there for that one.
I was actually out there.
Were you?
Yeah, and he did not play. Now,
your son's not on the team anymore. You don't have to go to the games.
No baseball.
Okay, just
no baseball.
And hey, I got a question on that too. I think it's the right decision for him because that's what he's going to do. Is he talked about maybe playing any baseball up at Rutgers or anything?
I haven't talked to him recently about it. I think I've promoted it.
Okay.
I think he's a really good baseball player, Coach. Really, really good. And I might be a little dramatic about it. I think chance to be on MLB draft board's kind of good, So
right. Right.
But obviously, a chance to go play D1 football in the Big Ten as well, so those tough options. What I do wonder is if he'll have the opportunity to play both if he wants. I don't know if he wants to or not, though. That's a lot, right? So
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
Certainly, I think there was a couple of years ago where it looked like he might be more baseball lean, and now I think that swung back, especially with all his good play here at Creekside High School last couple of years, and then the offers came, and so that's a tough spot for a kid. He's good at both of them. He's got to probably make a decision these days. Not too many get the chance to play multiple sports in college, but I wouldn't close the door on it, Coach.
Yeah,
especially.
I'm just curious.
Yeah, no, I think it's a good question. I think I tweeted a couple months ago, like, if I'm the Rutgers coach, baseball coach, I'm taking that football coach out to dinner quite a bit. If Shiana will go.
Yeah.
So it's a good question, and it'll be interesting to watch. All right, we got 35-30 in that game, Ponte Vedra and Creekside, so it looks like we will get a decent finish. Orange Park just scored again, so it's 32, awaiting an extra point to 7. Really good performance. We've said it by Orange Park, but nice performance by that team tonight. Providence does have the football back, and Mason Williams looking for a touchdown throw. Did he catch it?
No.
He missed it.
Says the back judge.
Yeah. So looked like he put a good ball on him there in the end zone, just couldn't connect. And that Providence Bishop Kenny game is kind of a blowout by now. Only a few minutes left in that.
Yes, and in fact, we're gonna, if we can, let's bring up Ponte Vedra Creekside, and then we're gonna release our photographers from the Bishop Kenny game and the Clay game, so they can go down there and get our post-game sound with both of those things late in the fourth and just about wrapped up. If we can knock those out, we will be good to go to watch the finishes here for, as I don't know if that was maybe the touchdown for Providence. It was, so they did get one. By the way,
and
Brent.
just about wrapped up.
Hey, there's me.
Hey, that's you.
Hey, what do you know? Providence did get a touchdown, but Olivia Tassel will go catch up with the winning coach of that one. And we've got a tie game up in Brunswick between Glen Academy and Greenbrier. I was wondering, by the way, how they get to the color scheme and the logo, right? They got the Green Bay logo. Yeah. They got the green and the yellow. Their mascot is the Wolf Pack. Wolf Pack. So, like, they're the pack.
Well, they thought hard about that one,
They really, maybe I'm just thinking hard about it right now. But they can do Go Pack Go. They could do that. But yeah, the old Wolfpack. So there's your score, 42-23 now. Bishop Kenny leading Providence after that latest touchdown, but a minute and a half. So we can go ahead and drop that game and the Orange Park game, and our photographers can go, perfect, atta baby, and get them.
We'll take Creekside. Yeah, this is a big play coming up. I want to ask Coach about it. It's third down now, and it looks like about 8 for Ponte Vedra. They ran a couple right into the line of scrimmage. Obviously, timeouts, at least one, if not 2, for Creekside. And so now it's a 3rd and 8 play. I mean, you got to throw it a little bit, right? If you're Ponte Vedra coach, to try to pick up the first down, and you can't give it right back to Creekside the way that offense can go.
No, without a doubt. Now, I think we'll see something, maybe a little rollout, get the quarterback out of the pocket, give him a little option, whether maybe something they haven't seen yet or not. But I'm with you. And some guys, they played really good defense for the most part tonight, Ponte Vedra. So depends on what coach feels like, what he's going to do. The main thing is he's going to tell the quarterback, if they do throw it, make sure you throw it to our guy, not the other team.
Absolutely. And yeah, I mean, I think it's worth the risk because time isn't that big of a deal at this moment. So we'll see here. And let's make sure we get some names. Brian Case, obviously number 7 in that backfield. Drew Price, the quarterback, and they're going 4 wide. Will they get it to Case, or are they going to throw it? Looks like they are going to throw it. Got some good pressure, and Bryce spins out, and he's denied and out of bounds, so they'll stop the play. So good defense by Creekside there. And heck of a job. That looked like Danny Approbato was able to knock him out of bounds. And look, they're pretty fired up at Creekside because they're down 35-30, and they're going to get the football back, and they don't have to burn a timeout there either, Coach. I think there's plenty of time on the clock in that one.
Yeah, without a doubt. It's a good job by the Creekside guys getting a tackle, taking them out of bounds. But it's a safe throw, but again, I would have probably liked to see some 8-yard stop routes, or what we used to call sticks, get to the sticks and then set it down and catch it and get out of bounds. But, I mean, catch it and get down, move the chains, keep the clock running. By throwing the out, you've got basically one thing. If you don't break the tackle, you're going to get tackled and go out of bounds. So But we'll see. They got to play defense now.
Well, what's interesting there is I think the clock had stopped. I'm assuming it did. But Creekside on the punt just had to burn a timeout.
They got too many guys?
It didn't feel like they were hurrying like that to get somebody off. But maybe they saw something, or maybe they only had 10. I don't know. But I don't even see them sending another guy in.
No, I don't either. That's what I'm looking at, too.
A couple updates for
Unless
you.
They're going to go for the block here.
3:09 to go in that fourth quarter. Ponte Vedra 3 timeouts. Creekside none left.
Now none.
None.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, man, that hurt. They would have liked to kept that one in their pocket, I'm sure.
Yeah, that was really weird. I did not see, like, hey, get on the field. You know, the frantic, panic movement of the coaching staff. So I really have no idea why they called the timeout there. Be interested one to ask about later on.
Yeah, unless the coach saw something that they had seen on film. Maybe there was a fake formation or something they did with one of their kids that they picked up on.
Yeah.
And he called timeout to alert them to that. Or maybe they're going to go for the block and they wanted to see how they lined up. I'm not sure, but that was hopefully it wasn't a wasted one.
Yeah, well, and then the punt goes, and it looks like they're going to get it at the 30-yard line. I don't know if that was a fair catch or the young man actually caught it with a knee on the ground. I think he might have just done that. The way he reacted, it felt like he may have fair caught it anyway. But a good punt by Ponte Vedra. Still 29-yard line or so for Creekside. That's in the top right of your screen. And that game is 35-30 Ponte Vedra. Creekside has the ball with about 3 minutes to go. And as Stuart just mentioned, no timeouts. Top left, boy, I thought that game would be over by now.
Minute 23 to go. Menendez leading 23-8. Okay. So 2-score game. They're up by 15. Looks like they're about to punt the ball away. So unless something crazy happens, and you never know, in high school football, something crazy could certainly happen. As you see Sean Aschenfelder. Ooh, whoa. Ooh. Whoa. Didn't like that. Yeah, so we're keeping an eye on those.
Oh. That was a good tackle by the Ponte Vedra coaching staff, Coach.
I like it. Get you some of that. Reach down there. If you're gonna do that, reach
around
down there and help him
Coach
up.
comes on. Coach sees the replay, and there he goes.
Coach, after you do that, you got to reach down and pick him up. Like, oh man, I'm sorry. You know what I mean?
I think he gave a little "I'm sorry" afterwards. It kind of looked like.
I mean, hey, it's a good thing it wasn't Jason Babin.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, that's true.
Babin's a former Jag player, former NFL guy. He's a coach at Ponte Vedra. His son plays there, and well, that was pretty odd. And there's Babin, I think, right there. He wasn't the one that made the contact.
Yeah. He's probably telling him good tackle, good forearm shiver there. But
that's one of those deals too. That's like you could tell the coach was like, oh, I don't think that was good. Like I didn't mean anything by it, but it wasn't good.
That's going to make the film room, yes. That will, without a doubt, make an appearance on the film room there.
Yeah, I don't. And thankfully, Sean got up there. If he gets hurt, it's a different story.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, Coach, do you see the same thing I do with Aschenfelder? He just looks like he's just drained.
Yeah, he does look that. When he walked off the field after the extra point, he looked really bad. One of the guys had to sort of walk with him a little bit, and then they go 3 and out. And so he really doesn't get much of a rest, so he may not be. And then the coach gave him an extra shot right there that he didn't need to take. So.
Yeah, but even what I would say is he escaped a little bit of that rush, and you never really saw the burst. He can really go. He just looks fatigued. And again, it might simply, I don't want to speculate anything. It just looks like maybe he's just not feeling that well, but he's playing through it. And obviously he does a lot, so he could just be fatigued anyway. So here we go. It's a second down. They did get a few yards off that, but not a whole lot. And now Sean being chased again. And, well, doesn't matter if you're tired, young man. Keep going. Out to the 45-yard line or so. And this time a pat on the helmet.
Different coach. Different coach, Head on a swivel as he head to the sideline a little bit.
I love it. That's good stuff. A lot of respect between
enough
these
to move
two
the
programs,
sticks there. So at their own 45 now, Creekside.
Yeah, I'm not going to drill you right there. I'll just pat you on the head. I like that. That's good.
That was good.
But, I mean, as far as Ponte Vedra, don't you think you got to just put a spy on him and not let him scramble and run around?
I think
maybe they're trying to wear him out.
Yeah, they're getting some pretty good pressure on him on those first 2 snaps, and then that was like a pretty good ball. Tough catch for a high school kid to make.
There's a clincher, by the way, for Menendez. That is a pick 6, and that will just about do it. It was 23-8 before that interception return for a touchdown by Menendez. Efforting, looking through papers, trying to find a name. Kane Vona, number 3.
We should have a camera on us, Coach.
Like flipping,
16
looking.
rosters.
They should have flagged the lineman back there that drilled that kid to tugging it right now, going into the end zone. I don't know if you guys saw that, but
I didn't.
Oh man, high school kids, unbelievable.
All right. Hey, so here's the deal. It's 3rd down from the 45 for Creekside. Remember, they're out of timeout, so they've got to get a first down here, and they're going to bring some pressure and give it to Garrido, and Garrido, luck out. Oh, did he get across? I think he might have got the first down. They got it out of Sean's hands there and give it to Garrido, and he did get a first down. So huge play on 3rd and 10. You could tell Ponte Vedra brought the pressure there, Coach.
Oh, I like it. Little speed option, too. Nice job. Yeah. He marked him on the 45. First down.
Yep, first down, and then he'll catch up to this one in just a little bit. Coach is about 5 or 6 seconds behind us, but you're seeing it live here, and now Creekside's marching. They've got time, too. They started this drive with about 3 minutes to go. I don't know what we're down to. I think we'll find out here in a moment if there's a little stoppage. Marcel's always good at keeping us in tune with the scoreboard. Sean got away from that. The snap looked a little funky, and then he tries to get a first down. Will they give it to him? Pretty close. I think it's going to be 3rd and short, but he did get out of bounds, so a stoppage in play for Creekside, and it'll be 3rd and short now as Creekside down 35-30 in this football game with just under 2 minutes to go, I would say, in this game now.
Got another good finish between these two teams. No surprise. No surprise.
Sean kept it that time, and they read it. What a great play by Ponte Vedra's defense, and that's going to lose 2 or 3 yards and set up the 4th in the ball game coming up for Creekside.
That was Taylon Babin, by the way.
That was Babin.
Number 9 right there.
Babin's getting recruited by a lot of different folks, and now that's a big break for Creekside.
Oh yeah, they got a
little injury timeout, I think, for Ponte Vedra, and so that stops the clock, which is a huge play because we don't think Creekside had any more timeouts.
Oh right, definitely.
Yep. By the way, that bottom game right there down in Brunswick, 4 minutes to go. Glen Academy just getting that ball back, but they're deep within their own territory. Well, they were.
Whoa!
See ya! You just have to talk about it and it'll happen, but.
Well, they get by him. He does get by him. What a move. That's going to be like 90 yards.
Wow. That is number 8 for Glen Academy. I believe it's Tyree Chisholm. We showed him score a touchdown earlier tonight here on the Friday Night Zone Blitz. Let's go back to Ponte Vedra Creekside. We got a big 4th down play coming up in that one. Knights down by 5. Just a couple minutes to go. So 4th and let's say 3 yards, and looks like we get a Sharks timeout.
I think we might have got an officials timeout.
Officials timeout.
I don't know why. Well, maybe it is a nice Sharks timeout.
Is on for the extra point.
We're just writing some stuff in books.
What are they writing?
Some love letters. I don't know.
Just keeping track of timeouts and everything. Hey, Marcel, I don't know if Marcel's still on with us, but if you can, just give us an idea what that clock says in the scoreboard as we're in a timeout now. Yeah, thanks, man. Appreciate it. And
minute 31.
Yeah, so obviously plenty of time. This is now all about getting a first down for Creekside,
right?
Because they have nothing left timeout wise. So heck of a stop right there by Ponte Vedra on that 3rd and short, Coach. They were just going for the first down and couldn't get it. They lost a couple instead.
Yeah, really good job, like you said, by the tackle right there with one-on-one, and Babineau just took care of business there and lost a couple yards, 4th and 3. So a lot of things they can do offensively here. Something quick. They can still run it a little bit, but if you run it, you got to make sure it's the one you know is going to work. So,
well, they ran a play that I think they had, but just couldn't connect. They were between Sean and his receiver. I'm not sure it would have been a first down. I think it would have been a first down.
Yeah, to throw that a little sooner than he wanted to.
Yeah, because they brought pressure. It was a nice job by the back to pick up the blitz. But look at Ponte Vedra. They can celebrate now. It's going to be a big win for the Ponte Vedra Sharks. Again, coming into this one, it was Ponte Vedra 4 in the region, Creekside 5.
Yes.
Yeah.
Different classifications.
In their different.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't think, given the competition, neither one will. Well, obviously Ponte Vedra can help themselves out, but I don't think Creekside's going to hurt themselves. Well, it doesn't matter. They're already in the district. They won a district championship anyway. What am I thinking about? So yeah.
It just depends if they move to like 7th and then they got to go to a 2 or something like that.
Yeah. And again, these two teams, they're battle tested as well, right? They've played good schedules. So good sportsmanship here. You can see between the two teams. It was just a good football game. What else is new when these two to get together? And you got a lot of that going on. Hey, one thing we didn't mention much tonight, Nice. Nice was pouring it on again early. I don't know what their score is right now. In fact, we haven't taken a look at the scoreboard in quite some time.
Let's pop it up.
But
as you get the final kneel downs there for Ponte Vedra, Menendez, and Yulee going through the handshake line, 30-8, your final score in that one.
Why don't we let Marcel go down and get
So Marcel's clear. I know he's listening to us here on the broadcast. So is DR. And let's take a look at the scores.
Yeah, let's. So here's what we got on the scoreboard. Bartram Trail, by the way, beats Ribault tonight, 49-12. This was a game I was looking for. Where's Nice? Do you see Nice on the scoreboard somewhere?
Yeah, middle left, 42-20.
42-20. Okay, yeah, against Beachside. And I know we keep talking about them, Sully, but #1 team in the state right now just keeps getting it done.
I think I might have lost you there, Brent.
Might have lost me.
Maybe we lost Sully?
I might have lost Sully.
I might have lost everybody.
Well, I can't hear anything.
Yeah, I've lost everything in my ear as well.
Well, Brad, if you can help us out.
Okay, we should be back up. We're good to go now.
We're back?
All right, we're back. We're back.
Sully, you can hear us now?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay. I was just mentioning Nice. We hadn't really talked about them all night, but they're #1 team in the state, and they jumped all over the Beachside, and well, it looks like they're rolling to a win, 42-20. What a heck of a story they've been all year.
Yeah, remember early in the year we always talk about which team is going to be the team that surprises us, and I think they're the surprise team of the year right now.
Yeah, it's been tremendous to watch what they've been able to do, and now can you keep it rolling? They're going to have a huge target on them as a #1 team in the state, and they keep getting it done. I mentioned this earlier, Reigns coach, for the first time, I think I saw somebody say, Will Brown might have said this, first time in 9 years a Duval County school goes undefeated in the regular season. They end up 9-0, first time since 1997 Reigns has been undefeated. So another team that just keeps marching along with a lot of talent and can make a deep run, we think.
Yeah, again, and we talked about them sort of just under the radar, quietly, not playing like the St. Augustines or the Mandarins or those, but they played a decent schedule, and they should get the host the first round. So that'll be one I think that gets a couple rounds deep for sure.
Yeah, it's Oakleaf, by the way, a nice win over Tocoy Creek. Tocoy's been a weird team this year, 56-7. Oakleaf playing pretty well right at the right time. Well, really, they've been playing well for a long time. That offense is tough to stop, isn't it?
Yeah, and we could get a rematch with them in Mandarin early in the playoffs. Maybe a round 2 game. We could get a rematch of that one.
Look at some of the other scores. What do we got? Interlochen beat Stanton 36-24. Episcopal with a nice win, 35-7 tonight. They've had a tough season at times. Bishop Kenny over Providence, we told you and showed you all about. 42-25 was the final there. University Christian losing to Fort Meade at last check in the second half. We mentioned Camden County earlier. They're winning 24-21 in the second half. We'll get an update on that before the night is over, of course. Folks up there in Camden do a great job of keeping us updated. Ponte Vedra and Creekside, that's a 35-30 final, not 35-23. We just showed you the end of that game. Ponte Vedra holds on. Heck of a win for those guys as well. Anything else catch my attention? Menendez, we've been showing you. It's 30-8. That's the way that one's most likely going to end. And
Coach Rip. Don't forget about Coach Rip.
Coach Rip, where's my Crescent City? They were losing earlier tonight. Did they come back and win?
Yep, 26-10.
Whoa, they were down 10-7.
At the half, yep.
26-10, so how about that? Good win for Coach Rip as they keep marching on. They're already in the playoffs. How do you do this, Sully, this time of year? as we're taking a look at Greenbrier trying to come back. Oh, they had the play to maybe tie the game against Glenn. How do you manage these couple of weeks as a coach, from a practice schedule to how hard you practice to obviously a little bit of the unknown until next weekend of what you're going to face?
Yeah, I would probably, if I knew like we were going to be in and whether we were hosting or not, it didn't matter. I would probably give them a day or two off during the week coming up. Maybe give them Monday off, and that way the coaches get a little bit off and you can meet, and maybe didn't have to meet this weekend. And then get a couple good days, maybe like Wednesday or Thursday, get a really good bang session, really the only one of the week. And then next week, man, you're back on it and just game planning and going. But I really think I would give them a couple days off this week just to maybe Monday, Friday or Monday, Thursday, just to get them a little healthy and everything. But no banging on them until maybe towards the end of the week at all.
Yeah, it's an interesting time of year. It's a fun time of year, but isn't it? It's the best time of year for coaches in a way, right? Because
yes,
it's easy to get their attention, right? Anything, they're all ears right now.
Yeah, once you get through the regular season, you're in the playoffs, and it's it's the old cliche. You got to survive in advance, and so the kids are pretty much focused, and really a lot of distractions are more so gone once you get into the playoffs because you're there, and now it's just, hey, whatever we can do, we can do.
Kevin Sullivan with us as we continue to wind down until near the top of the hour. We'll move studios, and we'll have our Committed to the Uncommitted presented by Nimnick Buick GMC coming up as well. That will feature a Nice High School player as well. So that's coming up at the top of the hour, take you until 10:30 when we begin our Friday Night Blitz. We say goodbye to Coach at that time. 11 o'clock, we do 15 minutes of bands here on our Friday Night Zone Blitz. And then 11:15, we do another Blitz, and then we'll wrap it all up until midnight tonight here on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network. So a mix of the network, a mix of Fox 30 and CBS 47. And we're wrapping up this extravaganza final time and the final regular season week of this year. Something new we started this year, and it's really been a lot of fun. We got to see the end of that Creekside Ponte Vedra game. We've had a chance to see a lot of good games down the stretch and show you every single play of it. And as we continue to show you some of the scores, I just got a final, I think, from our folks out at Orange Park, 32-7. So a nice win for them. I want to highlight a couple other teams before we let you, or before we switch over to the other studio, Sully. St. Aug and Mandarin, we talked about them a little bit earlier for a bit. But where do you think these two are at? They come into the year as highly touted, along with Reigns and maybe a Bowles and some other teams, but right near the top. Obviously, we know what's happened with Mandarin. Have they groomed that young quarterback enough? Has he played enough to now be a little bit more than a freshman?
Oh, yeah, I think so. I think he's played, what was it, sixth game that last night was a sixth game, a high-quality competition game. He held his own. He made some mistakes. But I think he's held his own a little bit. And, there's a backstory to that because he should be at St. Augustine and the freshman wideout should be at St. Augustine, but they're at Mandarin. So there's a little added motivation, I think, for the St. Augustine kids and the staff last night to take care of business. And that was a really good game. That would have been a tremendous game if Trammell would have been playing and not hurt. But I think they're both battle-tested, ready to go. And I think the Nice loss for St. Augustine may really woke them up.
Yeah, I think so, too. Nice defensive play we're looking at, by the way, for Glenn as they try to preserve a 28-21 lead late in the fourth quarter there. Well, let me ask you about the St. Augustine side of it, because what impresses me about this performance is that 38 that we see on the board, because that Mandarin defense is really good. We just saw them a couple weeks ago really shut down a potent Oakleaf offense. So it tells me that St. Augustine offense is really going all of a sudden.
Yeah, and I think the run game has really picked up the last couple of weeks. I think they've made a little bit stronger commitment, St. Augustine, to the run, and then letting the pass come on as it goes, because I think the run game last night, the running backs last night were the key for St. Augustine. Of course, they're high-powered with all those great wideouts that they have, but I really think the run game really helped them.
Hey, Brad, back in audio, guys. Just might try to get Coach Krause on here in the next couple of minutes before we break for the other studio, if we can, just for a minute or two from Bishop Kenny. I'm not sure if we'll get him, but just keep an eye on that one. as well. Taking a look at some of these others, we've already talked about Bishop Kenny a little bit. That's why I kind of want Coach Krause on to get his thoughts on this. I think it's a heck of a win for them, 42-25. They've really turned it on. They've been streaky this year, so they're hard to figure out. I wonder how he feels about his team, as they also are district champs, by the way. So they are going to the playoffs. What about come back to Oakleaf and you see that 56 spot? Is that a team that can make a run in the postseason? I know you know Coach Foy really well.
Yeah, I think Oakleaf's got a chance. I think they've done some good things. And again, the Mandarin game, that probably helped them a little bit with some of the things that they had to take care of, and maybe they had some issues, or they haven't been able to do some things offensively where I think it's really helped them, and it makes you, as a coach, playing good teams late in the year and getting them refocused and everything moving on.
Yeah, and well, that's probably, you're right about that, right? You get a little bit of a hiccup, and then you can maybe cash in and get their attention a little bit, restart it, and get going for this time of year. Hey, guys, we have a couple of plays that we didn't get to earlier. Let's do this, as it looks like Glenn's going to wrap up a win, and we take a look at all the scores. So if, Brian, if we can, we'll show a couple of highlights before we get out of this studio, and we hand off to Action News Jax at 10. And, of course, we're going to stay on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network. We'll be over in the other studio. We've got Committed to the Uncommitted, presented by Nimnick Buick GMC, coming up in just a little bit. We'll tell you about another young man that we want to get a little love for, the college coaches, and a program that's really worked over the years in multiple sports, but we're even seeing it work with highlighting these kids and then get offers within a couple of weeks. So we love that part of it. We'll do that between 10 and 10:30, and of course recap a lot of these games coming up between 10 and 10:30 as well. But let's do this first, and let's show you a rushing touchdown from Bishop Kenny. This is all part of their big win tonight, 42-25. Caleb Madison able to get in there and extend the lead to 42-14. It was 28-7 at halftime, and then Providence put a score on the board to make it 28-14. But it was a nice response by Bishop Kenny, and that's what you're looking for, Coach, right? That response. You almost want a little bit of a punch coming out of the gates in the second half, and they responded very well tonight.
Yeah, very well. Just really getting after it a little bit offensively. They seem to sort of be changing a little bit, getting into some little two-back stuff to run the ball in short yardage and stuff. So I think they've evolved again. I think they've got a young team, and I think coaching them again, it's either good Bishop Kenny or bad Bishop Kenny. And tonight we got good Bishop Kenny.
I like the way you put it. I think they'll take good Bishop Kenny more often. Let's take another look at a play from the Orange Park game. They just won 32-7 and up 16 points. Brock Aflahi, fake punt. That's kind of a cool looking play. Must have seen something there. How many times are punt fakes like this designed, or just you see something and go, Coach?
Well, I think it's a little bit of both, So these guys, sometimes, you practice your fake punt, and then you get in the last game of the year, and the kids are like, Coach, I don't know why we practice. We never do it. Because the coach, you're like, oh, no, we're doing it tonight. You know what I mean? So it could be a combination of both, because it looked like he was going to go, but then it was open, and he just took off and went. I was trying to see Coach's face on the sideline. So if the young man did it himself, he better have got the first down.
Yeah, that's a good call. I love that. That's great insight, man. That's cool, though. If you practice it, it's like, hey, this is why we practice it. Why don't we use it one time? I like that, if that was the case, or maybe he just saw it. All right, let's take one more look at a highlight before we get out of here in a minute. And this was just a short time ago. We showed it to you live here. Tyree Chisholm. And this is a 21-21 game, and kind of off their own doorstep. About 90 yards for Tyree Chisholm here. And look at it, makes a move at the end to finish it off. And it looks like Glenn Academy is going to hang on and beat Greenbrier. They were up 21-7 in this game. Then it was 21-21. And then that from, I think actually where I just saw was probably an 85-yard run for the quarterback. So a big run by Tyree Chisholm, and they are able to get the win. All right, Coach, we say goodbye to you for a few minutes. We'll see you on the other side over there in the Action Sports Jax 24/7 Network studios.
All right, see you in a minute.
All right, we are getting out of here, as this studio is going to be used for Action News Jax at 10. So Tanika Hughes, Ben Becker, and Garrett's in tonight on the weather side with your weekend forecast. And meanwhile, you can keep it right on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 Network. More high school football presented by Jaguars Prep and Whataburger here on this final regular season night of high school ball in Jacksonville.
Burgers or breakfast, you can get it all at Whataburger. Try something new on the menu or an all-time favorite like the Whataburger Patty Melt.
And now you can have breakfast here at Whataburger 12 hours a day, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m. Menu items like the bacon taquito, sausage taquito, honey butter chicken biscuit. Whether you work the late night shift, just want a snack early in the morning to get your day started, or a little pick-me-up late in the morning, 12 hours a day, breakfast served, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m.
A dozen locations in Jacksonville. You can order pickup or delivery and download the Whataburger app. New rewards members get free Whataburger items when placing their first online order. Just download the app. And for us coffee drinkers, Whataburger has all new hot coffee and iced coffee too. Satisfy that coffee craving at Whataburger 24/7, and it comes in a variety of flavors. Burgers, breakfast, coffee, and so much more. Whataburger, just like you like it. Baker Sports is local sports. Uniforms from Pop Warner and Little League to travel ball, high school, and college. They make you look good. They help you play good. Baker Sports has been helping families make memories that will last a lifetime with their Baker's Buckets. We've got a lot of these filled with baseballs and softballs in the garage. I've been throwing batting practice to Ty and Kaylee for years, and also sit on the Baker's Bucket, catching Kaylee while she practices or pitching. Baker Sports is homegrown, and a lot of employees that used to play on local ball fields now work for Baker Sports, now helping you look good, play good, and make memories of your own. Visit bakersport.com to see what Baker Sports can do for you. Custom apparel, Nike, Under Armour, Adidas, embroidery, screen printing, and more. Baker Sports is local sports from Jacksonville to anywhere in the Southeast. Bakersport.com.
When I say it means something to me, gentlemen, it means something to me.
High school football is back and it's bigger than ever. Welcome to the Friday Night Zone Blitz.
It is bigger than a game.
Watch the biggest games each week live as the action unfolds with instant reaction and analysis from our Hall of Famer, Kevin Sullivan. It starts with live look-ins at the top matchups, including our Jaguars Prep Whataburger Game of the Week, and that is just the beginning of 4 straight hours of coverage. From 8 to 10:30, the Friday Night Zone Blitz is streaming on our Action Sports Jax app and online. At 10:30, the Friday Night Blitz you know and love. A half hour of highlights from around the area. 11 o'clock, we shine the spotlight on the bands that pump up the crowd. 11:15, it's time to blitz through the highlights online and on air. Then 11:35, back to the stream to break down the night's results with a reaction from local coaches. 4 straight hours of high school football on the Friday Night Zone Blitz. Only on Action Sports Jax 24/7.
Nobody but Nimnicht. Our family has purchased 6 vehicles from Nimnicht Buick GMC. The #1 Buick GMC dealer in Jacksonville has lots of inventory to choose from with their best price guarantee. Who gives you top dollar for your trade? Nobody but Nimnicht. Save up to $10,000 off select new GMC Sierras or get rates as low as 1.9%.
You know, I'm a truck guy. GMC Sierra, my trim level is an SLT. This one's an Elevation. Pretty good looking color as well. So here at Nimnicht Buick GMC, you have a lot to pick from. My father-in-law, he drives this, an Enclave, so I feel like that GMC in the family. 2025 is coming around the corner, which means it's almost time to close out those 2024s this summer.
You can schedule a test drive at NimnichtBuickGMC.com. And while you're there, check your trade value and customize your payment options. Nimnicht is there for you, even on Sundays. So, who has put in the most years and stands behind a better experience? The answer's simple. Nobody but Nimnicht. Your friends in the car business since 1941. GMC, we are professional grade.
New to town or always been in town? Everyone is always looking for a good pizza place. Our place is Donato's Pizza. We love it and still do love it. When I tell my family I'm coming to Donato's, they say, wait a minute, you got to order some for us. So this is not all for me. Let me tell you what the Martinos get when we put an order in. Well, pepperoni pizza, we usually get more than one of these. And then there's the works, a little bit of everything. And then this is the pizza that can be polarizing for some out there. I don't know why. Hawaiian pizza, some love it, some don't. At Donato's, you're gonna love it, especially with that cinnamon sprinkled on top. Try the pizza my family likes or try your favorite. Right now, you can use the code Brent20 and get 20% off your order. Every viewer and listener is important to us, and at Donato's Pizza, every piece is important. From fresh ingredients to the dedicated team members and you, the valued customer. Donato's Pizza, where every piece comes together for a winning combination. Jax Beach and Mandarin locations, Donato's Pizza, every piece is important. Hey, welcome back here to the Friday Night Zone Blitz. Brent Martineau, along with the rest of the entire Action Sports Jax team, and the Zone Blitz finale we have here tonight. Jaguars Prep, Whataburger, Nimnik Buick GMC, all our friends and supporters that help us put on this show and try something new here in 2024. And, man, we've loved every minute of it. Sometimes it's been a challenge, but it's been a lot of fun. And that includes our coach, Kevin Sullivan. I don't even know, Nick, I didn't check with you. Is Sully in? We got Sully in. He's so good at this now. He does this so fast. He can transition from the TV studio right into the network studio. And Nick is along with us tonight, too. So we appreciate his help and everybody working behind the scenes to make all this happen. It's not easy all the time. We will have the Friday Night Blitz coming up at 10:30. So this segment of the show, we recap some of the games. We'll hear from Olivia Tassley. She was at one of the ball games and with a winning coach. She was at the Bishop Kenny game, so she was with Coach Krause. So we might actually hear right from him before he even could potentially jump on with us. But right now, let's bring in Kevin Sullivan as we get the final week of the regular season, and we get to see Coach Sully down there in Flagler. And that's where he joins us from, does a great job with all our analysis. And it's been another fun high school football season. It feels still far from over. I don't think we're even close to over yet, the way some of our teams go, plus this little gap in the schedule. With the playoffs not coming up for another 2 weeks, it doesn't feel like the end. It feels more like the middle, doesn't it?
Yeah, it feels like we're in the bye week for us. But, yeah, I mean, I think the state did the right thing. And I'm trying to adjust my mic there, make sure I'm not too loud. But I think that it's going to be an interesting next week. Right now, I know Nice and Bartram, I believe, are playing next week. I don't know if anybody else in the area is.
We can't find one yet. We don't think anybody else is. Now, we're probably missing something. I bet there's somebody playing, but that's the one we have. And it's all the games have to be done by Thursday because then all the computers go to work, and then I think Saturday morning is going to be the reveal show of who's in, who's out, and who's playing who.
But we have the SSA playoffs next week, too.
We do.
We will have West Nassau and Paxton for sure, right?
Yeah, and also like Florida School for Deaf and Blind won last night as well. So, yeah, we'll have some playoff games in the SSAA, which obviously has grown too. Do you think that's going to continue to grow? Do you think the schools that are in that like that and maybe that just continues to be a home for maybe some of the smaller schools in the area?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's good for some schools that had some transitions and everything like that. And get out of the FHSAA and have their kids compete. But, yeah, I think it's good. I mean, I think it's good for some of the small schools.
By the way, Tommy, I don't know if this was a recent ask or it was an ask earlier in the chat. Says, can you check on the Bartram score? It's 49-12, I believe was the final. So Bartram beats Ribault tonight. They get back on the winning track. Been kind of an off year of sorts for Bartram Trail. They've had some exciting games, too. They're certainly not a bad team, but just an interesting year by their standard, of course. Being under 500, they were 3-5 going into this week, so now 4-5. On the season. We were showing you on the Friday Night Zone Blitz play-by-play of Ponte Vedra and Creekside, and really you come away, these are two like really tested teams, and it feels like they play a lot of good games no matter the opponent, not just each other. But what I think that does is really harden you, Coach. I think like Ponte Vedra and Creekside too, they got to feel good about, not being surprised whatever they'll see in the playoffs when it comes.
Yeah, and I think both of those, this is a black and blue game tonight, so they're probably glad they got next week to recover a little bit and get away from it for a little bit. But, yeah, both those teams are battle-tested and ready to go. So I think we'll have some really good playoff matchups when we get going in 2 weeks, and I think our teams that we think will come up, I'd hate to get upset and always have upsets, I should say, in the first round or second round. But really, I don't think any of these teams we're going to have that with.
Yeah, and by the way, a lot of that depends on health, right? There's one thing about high school football. We don't get injury reports. Like, you don't really know who's hurt and who's banged up and how big of a loss a certain player was or wasn't. As you're starting to see the scores on the bottom line, you can check out some of the contests. Bishop Kenny with a big win over Providence. We just mentioned
Creekside lost to Ponte in a good football game right down to the wire. Thought Orange Park looked really good tonight over Clay, 33-7. And Menendez, a team that trying to solidify a playoff spot, they look good in a 30-8 win over Yulee. So, those aren't always like familiar names we're talking about, but a couple of those teams looking good on this final regular season game of the year. Kind of like First Coast last night. They get the win 6-0. It's nice to win that last one, even if you're not going to the postseason, right, Coach?
Yeah, that's the only time that you're going to get a win, because if you make the playoffs, unless you win it all, you go home with a loss.
Yeah, that's the only time that you're definitely going to go home with the win. You're right. Very few do that.
10 or 11.
Yeah, very few do that the other way around. Hey, Nick, let me know what you have, and we'll try to get to some of these highlights. We'll also get to our committed to the uncommitted, which we do want to do. We'll get some highlights, maybe some reaction from the night that you have, Nick, once you tell me that you have them. So make sure you let me know on that front. Committed to the uncommitted will feature a Nice High School Panther. We'll get to that in just a moment, presented by Nimnick Buick GMC. As well. We were talking to Sully just before we left the other studio about this layoff now, and it's an interesting one to manage. There's a lot going on at the end of the year. There's a lot of emotions going on at the end of the year. For seniors, it's their final time, right? There are a lot of teams that do and really kind of cherish that moment. Burn to the shoes is an example of that down at St. Augustine. So things get very emotional this time of year. You start to see it come to an end, but it also can create a really cool atmosphere, I would think, amongst your team, Coach, sometimes, that these guys don't want to let go of the rope sometimes.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, it just depends on if you have a veteran team and a team that's been in the playoffs. It's probably a little bit easier to say, hey, we're going to give you Monday off, be a student on Monday. Hey, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, back to practice, giving you Friday off, and then we get back on our schedule the next week. We always used to say DRS, drink, rest, and stretch. Take care of your body this time of year, because everybody, what we would call football body, week 11, especially some of these teams played Friday, Monday, Friday, some games early on. So I really think this is good for a few of these teams that have played a quality schedule. And I think the rest will be good for them, and everybody should be healthy going into next week.
All right, let's take a look. I think we have some Nice Beachside highlights, and then maybe we'll get right into committed to the uncommitted, because this will flow pretty well. But there you see Beachside, and they've had themselves a nice couple-year run here. Coach doing an excellent job, Coach Duffy there. But, man, they run into a buzzsaw tonight. Nate Harry and this Nice High School Panther team has been fun to watch. They've been hard to stop right now, Coach.
Yeah, Nice has been one, like we said, that's the team. There's always one team every year that becomes the team that makes the run and does a great job. And they really are feeling it, really doing great things.
I have a hard time. Their offense is scoring so much, so their offense looks really good. But I think if Colin Drafts has mentioned a couple of times in post-game interviews how excited he is and happy he is about their defense. And now I think we're seeing some special teams plays today as well for Nice. So it looks like they've got it all working. This isn't just a team that's led by offense, but that offense can really put a lot of pressure on opposing teams, I would imagine.
Yeah, especially if their defense is really good. And for teams to make deep runs in the playoffs, you've got to be able to play defense, because somewhere you're going to run up against somebody that has equal talent with you, and you've got to be able to play defensively and get some stops and do some things.
Yeah, so Nice High School, number one team in the state, gets it done tonight against Beachside, 42-20. We'll take it back out here, Nick, and you let me know when you have committed to the uncommitted, because we'll stay there. And I think this is a little bit about kind of like Nice's season, like you're talking about. Like you don't really know year to year. We know like Maddox Spencer's a good player. We rave about him as a receiver for Nice, but you really don't know what else they've got year to year. And they've had some really good quarterback play. You were really impressed with what Colin does, head coach of Nice, Colin Drafts, what he does with their offense and their offensive system anyway, aren't you?
Yeah, we had him his first year back at Mandarin, Carson Beck's senior year. And even though they went 1-9 or 2-8, you could see he knew sort of what he was doing, and it was going to take him a few years to get it going. And, Yeah, he's done a really good job, and the kids have bought in. He's in his 5th or 6th year now, so he's got his program gone. Kids are buying in. Kids are coming there and doing a really nice job.
Yeah, and one of those kids that's doing a really nice job, and you don't go this far in this sport without your quarterback playing well, right? Nate Harry is the guy, and he is going to be this week's Committed to the Uncommitted, presented by Nimnik Buick GMC, and he's just been terrific running the show for Colin Drafts and the Panthers.
Yeah, it's fun to put his tape on because, he gets it, they get the empty, and he throws it around, he moves around enough. He's got a good grasp of what they're trying to do offensively and sort of knows where he's at. And I really like what he does. I mean, he's not afraid to take off and run. He's not a big kid, probably 5'11", maybe 175. But I'll tell you what, he really has a grasp on what they're trying to do, gets the ball to the playmakers, and just really like the young man.
Yeah, and I mean, dropping it in the bucket, he does have playmakers. You mentioned it, but you've got to still distribute it and get it there. And I think we saw him with his legs, too. I mean, this guy makes it go. Your quarterback has to make it go.
Well, he's got to be the leader, and so he's got to know to distribute the ball, get it to his guys. But the time when he catches the ball, what he does with it, either it's the 5-yard line, like he said, throwing the fade, dropping it in the bucket. Just really nice job by this guy.
Yeah, and then listen, this is an offense that's been really good, and this is a quarterback. How much do you think it helps in the recruiting end of things when you can say, hey, we're the #1 team in the state of Florida, and you're the quarterback of that football team? I mean, that should carry some weight, Coach.
Yeah, it should be, but I think they get caught up in his height a little bit.
Yep.
Again, they got him listed at 5'11". So, but I tell you what, he can run. He distributes the ball. He gets the ball out of his hand fast, and he's a tough kid too. So, I mean, I think he's got all the attributes. He's just got to get in the right spot for the next level.
Yeah, and obviously that we're not talking, when we do this program here, we're not talking about going to Georgia and Alabama and Florida and places like that, trying to instead find a place at a lower level school most likely, and that size is going to be a part of that if you want to play quarterback at the next level. I mean, that's just a fact. But size in the NFL we've seen doesn't have as much weight as it used to. It didn't have to check the box now of 6'3" or 6'4", but no doubt college coaches still want to see that box checked as often as possible, I would say.
Yeah, definitely. And I think he checks all the boxes, just the way he gets through the ball, the timing and everything. I've just really liked him. And that's why when I sent you that text beginning of the week, I'm like, well, the #1 team in the state, they got to have an committed to the uncommitted kid.
Yeah, and that's what's cool about this. Again, this is Committed to the Uncommitted. Nate Harry, the quarterback on these high school Panthers, they're worth talking a bunch about. We just did 2 hours. We hardly even mentioned them. But they get the win over Beachside tonight, 42-20. And they don't really have some of the star power that the rest of the area has in some schools. I mean, St. Augustine has a bunch of star power, right? I mean, guys that can really go in a lot of directions from a school standpoint. We look at Mandarins, right? We look at the Rainses and the Bowls even. This isn't loaded like that. Now, they've got talent. I don't want to take anything away from them, but they're not. I think this is why they slept on everybody a little bit, because when the start of the year, we say, where are the 5 stars, the 4 stars? Where are these guys going here or there? That's not. There's a collection of really good football players without maybe that 4-star, 5-star kind of guy, which is kind of fun.
Yeah, and the thing about it, like last night, Mandarin had 2 All-American game kids that presented their jersey before the game. We don't have none of that at Nice.
Yeah, that's right. So Nate Harry, good luck to him and that young man, and hopefully we'll put this guy on the radar, if he hasn't already put himself on the radar, playing at the next level, and talk to Colin Drafts a little bit more about him and what he brings to the table and where he wants to go. But a name to watch in the area is our Committed to the Uncommitted, presented by Nimnik Buick GMC. And again, that's a program that we started a few years back now, and one of our nominees will win a $2,500 scholarship to the next level, and we'll look forward to that presentation coming up over the next couple of months. And we've already seen, Coach, which is nice about the program, and we said this a couple of weeks back, but we've had some guys go out there and showcase their stuff and talk about them a little bit. And some of the offers have come in for these guys. So whether that's just coincidence or the fact that, hey, maybe a little boost by you or just a little bit of exposure, it's good for those kids getting some offers. That's what it's all about. It's a tough landscape in college ball.
Yeah, most definitely. And it doesn't matter what level they can get in. They want to continue to play and get their education. That's what we want them to do. And if we can help them by sending out their highlight film or retweeting it or whatever we got to do, we're going to help them out.
No doubt about it. Hey, Nick, what don't you have back there? You let me know, and we'll get you some more highlights along the way. We're trying to get Coach Krause in. I think we have Olivia, by the way, with Coach Krause. So if we can get some reaction from Bishop Kenny, Nick, let me know when you have that, because that was a win we've been talking about, 42-25 over Providence. That was one of the games we were showing each and every play. It was a 28-7 lead. It's been an odd team this year, Bishop Kenny, but they seem to, when they play good football, you said, Coach, good Bishop Kenny, bad Bishop Kenny. When they play good football, it's pretty good.
Yeah, and it's funny to watch them. And as a coach, you get frustrated with your kids and everything. But, again, they're high school kids. And he graduated a bunch of kids last year, and so he's got a young team. So with young teams, they're going to be great, and then they're going to be bad. And that's sort of what's going on at Bishop Kenny.
Yeah, and by the way, some great experiences along the way to build for even future years and kind of build this thing a little bit. All right, I think we have Coach Krause with Olivia, so let's take a listen right now after the win over Providence.
Olivia Tasley here with victorious Tim Krause. What did you see out of these guys tonight? I mean, you got the win against the Providence Stallions, 42-25 is your final score. What did you see from your guys out there?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good football team we played against. There's some really talented players. I think our kids played our brand of football tonight. I think we played really well and complement each other offensively and defensively, and that's something we haven't done at certain points of the year. So really fun to see and really happy for our kids, especially our seniors.
Yeah, you had 2 losses in the middle of the season, but then you went on a stretch, right, at the final. What clicked during that time?
I think we're just playing better fundamentally. I think, in some of those losses, we got away from who we were. We turned the football over a little bit. I think tonight we did a great job protecting the football, and our kids are tackling better. I think we're playing great defense. I think it's just, this group kind of continuing to gel and get better. And so, hopefully we talked about a couple weeks ago, hopefully we're an ascending team getting better as we go into the playoffs.
Welcome to the postseason. How does it feel?
It's awesome. Yeah, I'm really excited for our kids. This is, a great time of year to be able to spend more time with them. It's fun. This, senior night can be kind of a sad thing, but it's a really happy thing, and we're excited. Hopefully we get to play at home again in 2 weeks.
And you just said it's senior night.
Yeah.
I mean, you get a few more weeks with these guys. Is it a time of reflection or just like, hey, focus on the next one, move forward, we can reflect later, right?
No, I mean, there's 11 kids, that are with us right now that are seniors, and we started with a much larger group when they came in as freshmen. And this group stuck together. They were really resilient. They were really tough. And their kids, I mean, I've got a young son, and it's like, man, I want him to be like those kids. I want to be tough, resilient, and a competitor, and that's what all those kids are.
Coach, congratulations. Good luck in the postseason. We'll hopefully see you next time.
Thank you very much.
Have a good night, Coach. That'll do it for me at Bishop Kenny High School, guys. Let's send it back to you.
Nice job, Liv. And by the way, so we've been all over Liv lately, Coach, because it's hard when you're not that experienced doing the camera and the interviewing to get yourself in the same frame. Like you were just playing around with it the whole show, right? At the top, trying to get yourself lined up. So there's a lot going on after a game. So the last couple of times, Liv has cut herself off the screen. So we've been crushing her back there in the sports department for it. And so big learning curve right here. I mean, that shot looked awesome. She had Everbank Stadium in the background across the river at Bishop Kenny. She was in a good spot. Coach Krause was in a good spot. That's what we celebrate back here, Coach. You're celebrating special teams wins every Friday night. We celebrate wins like that in our business.
Well, the neat thing about her interviews when he talked about his seniors, and a lot of times this time of year, whether they're going to the playoffs or not, some of these kids will never play football again after they walk off field. That with baseball, same thing, any sport in high school. And so it's sort of cool that senior night, they recognize the seniors, but like Coach said, he had 11 kids. They probably started with 25 4 years ago, and they got 11 left. So, that's pretty cool. It's a sad time for coaches, and it's a happy time for coaches because some of those seniors, they might want them to be moving on.
It didn't sound like those 11 he wanted. Like that's pretty wild what you said. First of all, everything about that. This is what we do. This is why we like Friday nights. This is why you coached in it for so long. Those experiences. Yeah, you want to win. I mean, there's no doubt. We're all competitive, and it doesn't matter what sport you're playing or when you want to win. But this time of year, that's what I said to you a little bit ago on the show. It's like this is where you get a lot of emotion tied in. I mean, you're trying to win, you're trying to hang on. You also know that the end is coming for a lot of these seniors or this group. And that's a coach thing probably in the staff, and also a player thing and a parental thing and an everything, right? So everybody kind of feels that weight, but it's also a feeling like no other because it's cool. Like it means something to you. It's important to you. Like that's a good thing when it comes to sports and maybe anything else in your life too. But I think that's what it's really, at the end of the day, probably why we like it so much, why we like covering it and talking about it and playing it and coaching it and doing all those things. But it was interesting to hear him say that he's only got 11 of them. You know, that's a small group of seniors. You mentioned how young they are. That's a small group of seniors, it seems like, at Bishop Kenny.
Yeah, and I think the neat part about that is being able to recognize those kids. And like we said, is some of those guys are never playing football again. And we know we talk about high school football being the purest football you're ever going to play, you know, and they're in a unique situation where you're never going to have that group again. Once the senior ends, you're not going to have that group. You're going to have a different group next year. You lose those 11 seniors, kids get added in. So every year is special, whether you win them all, or whether you win half of them or whatever, it's still a special time for those kids.
Yeah, no doubt. Hey, Nick, you said we have some more reaction? All right, we got Jason Hamby's out at Orange Park. We were impressed with Orange Park tonight. Looks like a 32-7 winner over Clay, so a nice way to end their regular season as well. Here's Jason Hamby.
Hi, Coach. Obviously, anytime you come on the road in a big rivalry game, you come out on a dominating performance. What did you see from your team tonight? What'd you like?
We finally came together. We got some guys back. You know, we've been dealing with injuries throughout the season, and we finally got some key parts back, and we played well. We want to come out here and set the tone for next season.
You're coaching, and obviously, your quarterback did a great job of extending plays, and a lot of in the red zone, kind of just found wide open guys. Can you talk about his ability to kind of work off script there in the second half, especially?
Yeah, Gabe's pretty good at extending plays. He did a lot of that last year, and that's one of the key components we've been missing. He just came back last week, right before the game last week, so he got a good week of practice, and it showed. We played a solid game on offense.
Coach, obviously maybe not exactly the way things you wanted to go this season, you overcame a lot. How big is it to end the season with a win to carry forward into next year?
It's really big. It's very important to have something to talk about, have the guys excited about going into the next season, get them energized for the off-season workout.
Wow, there's Coach doing a good job. I think year 2 for Coach out there, Wimberly at Orange Park. And you said that earlier, I think, in the last couple hours. We were going over some scores, and we were talking about Orange Park because we had that game. Again, these are building blocks, right? I mean, they played a pretty good schedule. They get good wins. They end the season like this. It's got to make everybody feel good going into an offseason where you're going to put even more work in to lay the next building block.
Yeah, and the thing he said that they've had a lot of injuries. We don't know that week in and week out, like you alluded to earlier. So Coach says they get their quarterback back, and they don't look like a 3-7 team tonight, and so that's sort of one of the things that people don't know. Oh, the Orange Park, they're not any good. Well, they lost this guy, and we don't know about that. So Coach is doing in there. The kids played hard tonight, and they get to go out on a win and keep building his program back up.
Hey, I'm just getting a report of this, so what the heck, we'll say it. But I guess there was a big brawl in the Paxson game. So much so that it was a forfeit. They stopped the game, and there was a forfeit by both teams.
What? That's a playoff game, right?
In a playoff game. So Fernandina Beach, who beat West Nassau, now will automatically go to the championship game because they won't have an opponent. I'm going to have to get more on that. But how about that?
That means the officials must have got let that thing get out of hand a little bit. Unless something happened in the stands where they came out.
Because they were playing. Because Stewart was at that game, too. They were playing Lake Ware. And I think Paxson was up pretty good in that game. And, but that's what we'll have to check on it.
But that's the word I'm getting, that Fernandina Beach now will move automatically onto that championship game. They beat West Nassau tonight, 24-20. So interesting story there. Don't like brawls at the end of games, Coach.
And that Fernandina wins a big upset, too.
That is a pretty good upset, isn't it, over West Nassau? I was thinking the same thing. And by the way, I meant Paxson, that wasn't even at the end of the game. Apparently, it was in like the second quarter. All right, Sully, we got to say goodbye to you, man. Great work.
All right, that was fun.
Yeah, we'll do it. We'll catch up on the high school stuff still on the Brent and Austin show. But you're done on Friday nights. Take your wife to dinner.
I appreciate y'all. I enjoyed it. A lot of fun.
All right, you're the best. Appreciate you, man. Have a good weekend as well. And we got the Friday Night Blitz coming up here on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network. Burgers or breakfast, you can get it all at Whataburger. Try something new on the menu or an all-time favorite like the Whataburger Patty Melt.
And now you can have breakfast here at Whataburger 12 hours a day, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m. Menu items like the bacon taquito, sausage taquito, honey butter chicken biscuit. Whether you work the late night shift, just want a snack early in the morning to get your day started, or a little pick-me-up late in the morning, 12 hours a day, breakfast served, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m.
A dozen locations in Jacksonville. You can order pickup or delivery and download the Whataburger app. New rewards members get free Whataburger items when placing their first online order. Just download the app. And for us coffee drinkers, Whataburger has all new hot coffee and iced coffee too. Satisfy that coffee craving at Whataburger 24/7, and it comes in a variety of flavors. Burgers, breakfast, coffee, and so much more. Whataburger, just like you like it. Baker Sports is local sports. Uniforms from Pop Warner and Little League to travel ball, high school, and college. They make you look good. They help you play good. Baker Sports has been helping families make memories that will last a lifetime with their Baker's Buckets. We've got a lot of these filled with baseballs and softballs in the garage. I've been throwing batting practice to Ty and Kaylee for years, and also sit on the Baker's Bucket, catching Kaylee while she practices her pitching. Baker Sports is homegrown, and a lot of employees that used to play on local ball fields now work for Baker Sports, now helping you look good, play good, and make memories of your own. Visit Bakersport.com to see what Baker Sports can do for you. Custom apparel, Nike, Under Armour, Adidas, embroidery, screen printing, and more. Baker Sports is local sports from Jacksonville to anywhere in the Southeast. Bakersport.com.
When I say it means something to me, gentlemen, it means something to me.
High school football is back, and it's bigger than ever. Welcome to the Friday Night Zone Blitz.
It is bigger than a game.
Watch the biggest games each week live as the action unfolds with instant reaction and analysis from our Hall of Famer, Kevin Sullivan. It starts with live look-ins at the top matchups, including our Jaguars Prep Whataburger Game of the Week, and that is just the beginning of 4 straight hours of coverage. From 8 to 10:30, the Friday Night Zone Blitz is streaming on our Action News Jax app and online. At 10:30, the Friday Night Blitz you know and love. A half hour of highlights from around the area. 11 o'clock, we shine the spotlight on the bands that pump up the crowd. 11:15, it's time to blitz through the highlights online and on air. Then 11:35, back to the stream to break down the night's results with a reaction from local coaches. 4 straight hours of high school football on the Friday Night Zone Blitz. Only on Action Sports Jax 24/7.
Nobody but Nimnicht. Our family has purchased 6 vehicles from Nimnicht Buick GMC. The #1 Buick GMC dealer in Jacksonville has lots of inventory to choose from with their best price guarantee. Who gives you top dollar for your trade? Nobody but Nimnicht. Save up to $10,000 off select new GMC Sierras or get rates as low as 1.9%. You know, I'm a truck guy. GMC Sierra, my trim level is an SLT. This one's an Elevation. Pretty good looking color as well. So here at Nimnicht Buick GMC, you have a lot to pick from. My father-in-law, he drives this, an Enclave, so I feel like that GMC in the family. 2025 is coming around the corner, which means it's almost time to close out those 2024s this summer. You can schedule a test drive at NimnichtBuickGMC.com, and while you're there, check your trade value and customize your payment options. Nimnicht is there for you, even on Sundays. So, who has put in the most years and stands behind a better experience? The answer's simple. Nobody but Nimnicht. Your friends in the car business since 1941. GMC, we are professional grade. New to town or always been in town? Everyone is always looking for a good pizza place. Our place is Donato's Pizza.
We love it and still do love it. When I tell my family I'm coming to Donato's, they say, wait a minute, you got to order some for us. So this is not all for me. Let me tell you what the Martinos get when we put an order in. Well, pepperoni pizza, we usually get more than one of these. And then there's the works, a little bit of everything. And then this is the pizza that can be polarizing for some out there. I don't know why. Hawaiian pizza, some love it, some don't. At Donato's, you're going to love it, especially with that cinnamon sprinkled on top. Try the pizza my family likes or try your favorite. Right now, you can use the code Brent20 and get 20% off your order. Every viewer and listener is important to us, and at Donato's Pizza, every piece is important. From fresh ingredients to the dedicated team members and you, the valued customer. Donato's Pizza, where every piece comes together for a winning combination. Jax Beach and Mandarin locations, Donato's Pizza. Every piece is important.
Special teams, and then it flows through offense, defense. All right, it is our turn right now. Keep on rolling. You've gone 7 in a row. It's time to go 8 in a row. All right, dominate on 3. Hands in. Dominate on 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's go.
They've been doing that. Best team in the state, according to Max Preps. They've looked the part so far this season. Can Nice keep it going with the target on their back? We'll find out tonight. A nice battle of the sunsets, by the way.
Yeah, sneaking in the background.
This Friday night. Hey, final full week of regular season Blitz action coming up right now. Brent Martineau along with Stuart Weber, and this is it. We got to wait a couple weeks until the postseason.
Yeah.
So it doesn't feel like the end of the season, quite frankly, but it was another fun night. Or actually 2 nights of high school football.
Yeah, you say 2 nights. We had a good amount of games on Thursday. Of course, the Duval County Public Schools all playing a day early because of Florida, Georgia, resources, all those things. And then you had a full slate of games again tonight with a lot of teams fighting for playoff positions, some hoping to get on the right side of the bubble, some already on the right side of the bubble. Let's take a look at 2 of those. Creekside and Ponte Vedra, the Knights of District Champ Ponte Vedra. They'll be in at-large. They're in good shape. Here's a battle in St. Johns County. Third quarter we go. Sharks up 21-20. Red zone. Brian Case takes the handoff, or the reception, fights his way into the end zone. Touchdown there, extends the lead to 8. Creekside responds with a field goal, trims it to 5. But here come the Sharks. It's the halfback pass. Brian Case lets it fly. Cam Teetsy comes down with it. Number 7 does it all. He caught a touchdown. He throws a touchdown. Makes it 34-23 Ponte Vedra. But the Knights would not go away. They'd add the extra point, make it 35. And here's Sean Aschenfelder. Empties the tank on his way into the end zone. Maximum effort. You can see he's exhausted. Got Creekside within 5. He and the Knights get one more chance to complete the comeback, but the 4th down pass just out of the receiver's grasp. It falls incomplete. Ponte Vedra survives in the end to win it 35-30. Here's Marcel Robinson with the victorious head coach, Steve Price.
I'm here with victorious head coach Price. I just want to say, Creekside, Ponte Vedra, year in, year out, what is it about this game that just makes it what we just saw on the field?
Yeah, I think we bring out the best in each other, and Creekside's a great football program. I've got a ton of respect for Coach McIntyre and his staff, and it certainly brings out the best in us having to play them. What a great game it was. Great 2 teams, great football game. Congratulations to the Sharks. I love you guys, always will, and let's go on to the playoffs.
The answer might be right now, but at what point did you breathe? Because I know 35-30 is a close game, but it came down to the last minute or so. At what point, did you say, okay, game's in hand? Was it when the clock hit 0?
Yeah, it was when the clock hit 0. That's what we preached all week. No lead is safe because, they've been down 17 late in the game. They can score from anywhere on any play and at any time. And so we didn't breathe at all until the zeros were on the scoreboard, and but that's the way games should be, and it definitely prepared us for the playoffs, and just really thrilled for our guys.
Well, get them healthy and tell them to get off their feet. You got more work to do.
Yes, sir.
Awesome. That's victorious head coach Steve Price. Ponte Vedra, your winner over Creekside tonight in an absolute thriller, as it should be, in St. Johns County. Let's go back to you.
Yeah, it always is. What a terrific job he's done with that program as well. Good luck to both of those teams in the postseason.
No rematch this year in the postseason, by the way. Last year they played a week later. They're in different classifications this year, so we won't see it again.
Don't have to worry about that. These are the teams already locked in to the postseason with the district championships. There's a dozen of them. Creekside, one of them, by the way. So these guys have nothing to worry about. Everybody else still trying to figure out, okay, what are the computers going to say a week from tomorrow, and will they get in? Well, their resume has a chance to be built a little bit more tonight. Nice doesn't have to worry about it. They're in. And they're playing at Beachside at the Reef. Barracuda's looking to hand the Panthers their first loss of the season. Nate Harry hits a wide open KJ Perry. We just highlighted Nate on committed to the uncommitted, and he trots into the end zone for a touchdown after that throw from Harry. Takes a 7-0 lead in the first quarter. Panthers defense continues to be relentless in the early going. Pressure Beachside into a bad snap, and well, the punter gets tackled, or he can get the ball away inside their own 10-yard line. Special teams was key in this one. 3 plays later, Harry drops back and hits Tyler Gazanfari over the middle to double the Nice football lead. 14-zip, 7:37 to go in the first. Starts getting rough at the Reef. Nice punts the ball away, and this time it bounces off the head of a Barracuda, and the Panthers are back on it. So like I said, offense, special teams, their defense might even be a little bit underrated because of how much they score. Nice does it all, and that's why they're the #1 team in the state right now. Panthers stay unbeaten, 42-20 win.
How about Providence and Bishop Kenny? We're crowning a homecoming queen. Late in the season.
Late, yeah.
That's how it should be.
Nice night, though.
We love it. Great night tonight, third quarter. Kenny's up 28-7. Providence trying to cut into that. Caleb Stanton rushing touchdown makes it a 14-point deficit. Later in the third, Kenny with some defense. Gerald Dudney. He's a dude. The sack right there. How about some offense from the Crusaders? James Davis with the touchdown reception, stretches the lead back out to 21. Then fourth quarter, BK pouring it on. Caleb Madison into the end zone. Providence adds a late score, but Bishop Kenny gets the victory, 42-25. Here is Olivia Tasley and Coach Tim Kraus.
Olivia Tasley here with victorious Tim Kraus. What did you see out of these guys tonight? I mean, you got the win against the Providence Stallions, 42-25 is your final score. What did you see from your guys out there?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good football team we played against. It's some really talented players. I think our kids played our brand of football tonight. I think we played really well and complement each other offensively and defensively, and that's something we haven't done at certain points of the year. So really fun to see and really happy for our kids, especially our seniors.
Yeah, you had 2 losses in the middle of the season, but then you went on a stretch, right, at the final. What clicked during that time?
I think we're just playing better fundamentally. I think, in some of those losses, we got away from who we were. We turned the football over a little bit. I think tonight we did a great job protecting the football, and our kids are tackling better. I think we're playing great defense. I think it's just, this group kind of continuing to gel and get better. And so, hopefully we talked about a couple weeks ago, hopefully we're an ascending team getting better as we go in the playoffs.
Welcome to the postseason. How does it feel?
It's awesome. Yeah, I'm really excited for our kids. This is a great time of year to be able to spend more time with them. It's fun. This senior night can be kind of a sad thing, but it's a really happy thing, and we're excited. Hopefully we get to play at home again in 2 weeks.
And you just said it's senior night.
Yeah.
I mean, you get a few more weeks with these guys. Is it a time of reflection, or just like, hey, focus on the next one, move forward, we can reflect later, right?
No, I mean, there's 11 kids that are with us right now that are seniors, and we started with a much larger group when they came in as freshmen, and this group stuck together. They were really resilient. They were really tough, and their kids. I mean, I've got a young son, and it's like, man, I want him to be like those kids. I want to be tough, resilient, and a competitor, and that's what all those kids are.
Coach, congratulations. Good luck in the postseason. We'll hopefully see you next time.
Thank you very much.
Have a good night, Coach. That'll do it for me at Bishop Kenny High School, guys. Let's send it back to you.
Well, let's head over to Fleming Island hosting Fort White. First possession of the game after some backflips. Fleming Island running back Demir Jackson with some tough running to get inside the red zone for the Golden Eagles.
This was an intriguing matchup on paper because you got a big town, small town, 2 really good teams that'll do well.
Unusual, yeah. Parker Sertivan kicks a field goal. Good teach Jason Hamby. 3-0 field goals. We don't show Fleming. Nice sky in the background.
We were there in a short amount of time. We had to get something in there.
Trying to answer nifty triple option book with QB Jaden Jackson. And then that would stall, by the way. And then Demir Jackson, once again, he gets it, fights through contact, ends up in the end zone. Fleming Island up 10-0. They would roll after that. Fleming Island wins it 45-0 tonight. Fleming Island looking good. That's another team that's really surged in the second half. You look at Bishop Kenny, you look at Fleming Island, they've really, when they look good, they look good.
And both district champs. So that could mean a home playoff game. We'll see when the playoff seeding comes out. Not this week, but the following week. We got to wait an extra week. That's part of the deal with the season.
Well, it's really like 8 days, but we got to wait till.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It feels like 9 weeks. I don't know, man. Long time from now. How about the Menendez fans? They are our fans of the week. Not because they were very excited at this exact moment that we recorded them on film, but because they made a late surge in the voting for our final streaming game on the Friday Night Zone Blitz. They put in like 40 votes at the last second, and it bumped them up to the winner. And so we'll show you highlights from Yulee and Menendez battling it out down in St. Johns County. Menendez already up 13-0. This is third quarter, and Cash Downey going to take it into the end zone. That puts the Falcons ahead 20-0. It would be 23-0 when the Hornets of Yulee finally get on the board. Here is Ethan Myers breaking free and heading into the end zone. 2-point conversion will be good. 23-8, so a 2-score game. In the fourth, Yulee trying to put a drive together, trying to come back, trying to do anything they can. Kanye Vona says, nope, pick 6 as he takes it the distance for the home team. And Menendez gets the win. Big win for Anthony Rivers and company, 30-8.
I feel great. I mean, we had a bunch of goals at the beginning of the year. This is the first winning season here since 2019. It's the first time they've been in the playoffs since 2019, and I'm happy and extremely blessed to be a part of this program and to get to come out here with these guys. I feel great. So we just try to keep this thing going for as long as we can.
For Menendez, coach says that should be enough points-wise to get them in the postseason. They were looking for an at-large spot.
Good for him. He's doing a nice job with that program. Some news today, finalized by the FHSAA state championship games for Class 1A through 7A. Basically, everyone but the rural class.
They'll play at the Villages, by the way.
FIU's Pitbull Stadium the next 3 years. Class 1A through 7A state championship. So we've got some clarity on that now.
And some drives to Fort Lauderdale if any of our teams make it that far.
The Game of the Week, sponsored by Whataburger.
All right, so Game of the Week on a Thursday night because of the split schedule. So we'll give you some highlights from Jackson and First Coast. And it was all defense in the first half. Mike Hill connecting with Jakari Matthews, tries to extend the play. Ball comes loose, and Devon Womack jumps on it to give the Tigers the turnover there. Jackson back on offense. Jamarian Dixon trying to take a deep shot, but Steven Dixon. That's Dixon on Dixon, opposite teams. Well, the interception gives it right back to the offense. A few plays later, it's Nemo Williams finding the end zone.
I see it.
There it is.
I see what you did.
Into the end zone he goes. 6-0 at that point. It's still 6-0 on Friday. That was the only scoring the entire game. First Coast gets the win. Big win for Marty Smith. More on him in just a minute.
Marty Lee.
Marty Smith, also in Jacksonville. Fun fact for Florida, Georgia.
Shout out to Marty Smith.
If you're watching, Marty, there's your shout out. We saw you live on ESPN earlier.
We saw him with Tim earlier, so we had him on our mind. Yeah,
he's on my mind.
Hey, we have more from a Thursday slate of games to discuss still and show you, plus more highlights from tonight, including the start of the playoffs in the Sunshine State Athletic Association. That story coming up next.
We are the Camden County Wildcats, and you're watching Friday Night Blitz. C-A-N-S, Cats, yeah!
Burgers or breakfast, you can get it all at Whataburger. Try something new on the menu or an all-time favorite like the Whataburger Patty Melt.
And now you can have breakfast here at Whataburger 12 hours a day, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m. Menu items like the bacon taquito, sausage taquito, honey butter chicken biscuit. Whether you work the late night shift, just want a snack early in the morning to get your day started, or a little pick-me-up late in the morning. 12 hours a day, breakfast served, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m.
A dozen locations in Jacksonville. You can order pickup or delivery and download the Whataburger app. New rewards members get free Whataburger items when placing their first online order. Just download the app. And for us coffee drinkers, Whataburger has all new hot coffee and iced coffee too. Satisfy that coffee craving at Whataburger 24/7, and it comes in a variety of flavors. Burgers, breakfast, coffee, and so much more. Whataburger, just like you like it.
The best stories sometimes come after the game. Join us for in-depth conversations with local coaches Tuesdays and Fridays at 2 p.m., including our latest guest on the program.
We've had kids come up to us and say, we practice like this every day. Like that first spring, he's like, Coach, we got more done today than we would get done in a week last year. And it's always been that way. And through thick and thin, through hard and easy, through good and bad.
Catch up on the chats you missed by watching the After the Game playlist on our Action Sports Jax YouTube page.
Nobody but Nimnicht. Our family has purchased 6 vehicles from Nimnicht Buick GMC. The #1 Buick GMC dealer in Jacksonville has lots of inventory to choose from with their best price guarantee. Who gives you top dollar for your trade? Nobody but Nimnicht. Save up to $10,000 off select new GMC Sierras or get rates as low as 1.9%.
You know, I'm a truck guy. GMC Sierra, my trim level is an SLT. This one's an Elevation. Pretty good looking color as well. So here at Nimnicht Buick GMC, you have a lot to pick from. My father-in-law, he drives this, an Enclave. So I feel like that GMC in the family. 2025 is coming around the corner, which means it's almost time to close out those 2024s this summer.
You can schedule a test drive at NimnichtBuickGMC.com. And while you're there, check your trade value and customize your payment options. Nimnicht is there for you, even on Sundays. So, who has put in the most years and stands behind a better experience? The answer's simple. Nobody but Nimnicht. Your friends in the car business since 1941. GMC. We are professional grade.
And your safety is on the line. Nothing beats accuracy. Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish and the First Alert Weather Team. Your safest place to be. This is Action Sports Jax Friday Night Blitz. Sponsored by Whataburger. Just like you like it.
All right, man. Always good to see you.
Yeah.
You look good. Good job over there.
Hey, it's Marty Lee and Bobby Ramsey last night, and we think it's the last ride for Coach Marty Lee. And, of course, Bobby now at Jackson High School. Marty's been at First Coast for 4 decades. How about that?
The Coach of the Week, sponsored by Whataburger.
What a pretty cool way to close it out, right?
Yeah, very fitting.
Able to get a win and also get a nice check for the athletic program. He was already given a lot to that athletic program, First Coast Bucks, but courtesy of Jaguars Prep and Whataburger, $1,500 to the athletic programs at the First Coast High School. We welcome you back here to the Friday Night Blitz. That was on Thursday night. And Marty's been flirting with retirement for quite some time. A baseball coach, athletic director, 28 years at the helm of the football program, well respected, loved. And this might be it, or we think this is it. He'll make a final decision over the next couple weeks.
I was at Trinity Christian's win over Fletcher. I talked to Verlin Dormany, our other longtime tenured coach in the area, 34 years at Trinity, and he just had such glowing words about, sure, wins on the football field are great, but what Marty Lee has done off the field with the young men there at First Coast High School has been amazing. So,
yeah, a reminder
congrats.
of what it's all about, really. Let's get to some more action from tonight. Orange Park and Clay going at it. Second quarter action. Orange Park's Gabe Taylor, watch this, makes a few moves, really slows the play down and able to get in the end zone. He would do that. It looks like a replay multiple times, and the finish is different every time. Second quarter, Orange Park in the red zone, and here he is.
Yep.
And this time he just chucks it over the defense for an easy touchdown to Dawson Smith, 14-7. Third quarter, Orange Park driving again.
Yeah.
And here he goes again.
Floats another one.
And there he is. That one, Devon Rail catching it. Orange Park 20-7. Later in the third, Orange Park playing a bit of defense. Alexavier Fennell with the acrobatic interception. Heck of a play in center field. And then to salt the game away, how about a fake punt? Brock Aflahi
look how
with
deep
a
in their own
fourth down
territory.
conversion. I don't know if he saw the rush
Maybe
coming
he saw
at him or if that was a planned play, but it turned into more points. Orange Park wins big, 32-7. Here's the post-game reaction.
Hi, Coach. Obviously, anytime you come on the road in a big rivalry game, you come out on a dominating performance. What did you see from your team tonight? What'd you like?
We finally came together. We got some guys back. We've been dealing with injuries throughout the season, and we finally got some key parts back, and we played well. We want to come out here and set the tone for next season.
You're coaching, and obviously, your quarterback did a great job of extending plays, and a lot of in the red zone, kind of just found wide open guys. Can you talk about his ability to kind of work off script there in the second half, especially?
Yeah, Gabe's pretty good at extending plays. He did a lot of that last year, and that's one of the key components we've been missing. He just came back last week, right before the game last week, so he got a good week of practice, and it showed. We played a solid game on offense.
Coach, obviously maybe not exactly the way things you wanted to go this season, was overcame a lot. How big is it to end the season with a win to carry forward into next year?
It's really big. It's very important to have something to talk about, have the guys excited about going into the next season, get them energized for the off-season workout.
All right, that's Jason Hamby with Coach Marcus Wimberly. All right, we're at Providence, but Providence was on the road. We saw them earlier. This is Christ Church Academy hosting Mount Dora Christian. Remember they sold their field to a housing development?
That's right.
So they needed somewhere to play. There's Drew Zach hitting CJ Barnes down the sideline. Yeah, I'm sure it is. Big one there, but the drive would stall. Mount Dora scores, so they're down 7. Our CCA. Last play before the end of the quarter, Zach rolling, looks to find Caden Coward, but just out of the end zone. Luckily, they would score on the next play. So here it is right there. 4th and goal. Zach fakes the handoff, rolls right, and he finds Cords Spickelmeyer. That was the touchdown reception there. Cords Spickelmeyer on the catch. All Christ Church from there. They went on for a big, big win.
Take it from them, yes? Yes, sir. Hey, remember your 3 Ps. You prepared. You've practiced. Now we get to what? Perform. All right.
All right, here, we'll do this one quick. Paxton hosting Lake Weir in SSAA playoff action. Something about 4th down plays tonight for the Golden Eagles, knocking on the door. 4th and short, Kenyon, the Jet Gardner, into the end zone. Touchdown for the home team. We don't always show the 2-point conversions, but when it's successful swinging gate, we're going to show it. Javon Johnson in 8-0 for the home team. The Jet, by the way, doesn't just do it on offense. Lake Weir was driving, but how about Gardner? He's going to put a stop to that. Interception from Paxton there. It would lead to another score for Gardner again.
Committed to the uncommitted guy.
That's it, 21-12. Paxton moving on as they get the win.
Blue Devils having some fun with Hawaiian night in round 1 of the SSAA playoff game against Interlochen Rams. So Stanton and Interlochen, and the Rams driving down the field first possession of the game. Owen Peters, though, sends them backwards with a sack for Stanton. Celebrate that one. Blue Devils now looking to cash in. Trayvon Tompkins, he's got it on the outside, and nice little cut, and finds the pylon touchdown. Blue Devils go for 2, and they would go back to Tompkins to finish the job. He gets it done. Stanton goes up 8-0 in the first quarter, but the Rams come back to win 36-24.
We go down to St. Augustine, St. Joseph with a home playoff game against Gainesville Oak Hall, and we're going to start you off with a little bit of defense. Max Grimes going to get into the backfield. We think it's Max Grimes. Who puts black numbers on black jerseys? I hate it. I hate it. But he gets a sack. It was number 6.
They don't care about us.
I don't know. They don't care about us. Oak Hall with an answer. It's a big pickup. Dakota Brower going deep, and in desperation mode finds Bear Woolley. Bear can't be a receiver. Bear's got to be a lineman. What are we doing, Bear? Point. Put on some weight, man. But here comes St. Joe's. The Flashes score in, well, a flash. That's what they do. Cody Ott eludes pressure, hits Asher Glisson, and nice little cut back to the inside. 52-19, St. Joseph's get the win.
Wow, we had king to king last night. We got Spickelmeyer and Beer tonight.
Yeah.
Glen Academy hosting Greenbrier. It was the Tyree Chisholm show. Second quarter, Chisholm takes it in the end zone, 12 yards out. Glen goes up 21-7. But fourth quarter now, it's all tied up at 21. And then Chisholm does this 85-yard run to break the tie. Watch the end part of it now. Looks like he's off to the races. He gets caught, but avoids the tackle. He gets in there, 28-21. They would make a defensive stop late. Glen Academy, 28-21 win.
Impact Christian making the drive out to Gainesville to take on PK Young. We don't have a score from this one, but we do have a touchdown from the Lions. And this is it right here. Impact Christian on the board first as they take it into the end zone. LaQuinn Buckman, Impact Christian. We got your highlight in tonight.
Yeah, hopefully you won.
Yeah, hopefully.
The Player of the Week, sponsored by Whataburger.
All right, shout out to Joshua Bruton, University Christian, sophomore, rushed for 145 yards, 5 touchdowns last week's district championship victory, courtesy of Whataburger and Jaguars Prep.
We got more to come here on the Blitz, including your Play of the Week. That is coming up next, so stay with us.
New to town or always been in town, everyone is always looking for a good pizza place. Our place is Donato's Pizza. We love it and still do love it. When I tell my family I'm coming to Donato's, they say, wait a minute, you got to order some for us. So this is not all for me. Let me tell you what the Martinos get when we put an order in. Well, pepperoni pizza, we usually get more than one of these. And then here's the works, a little bit of everything. And then this is the pizza that can be polarizing for some out there. I don't know why. Hawaiian pizza, some love it, some don't. At Donato's, you're gonna love it, especially with that cinnamon sprinkled on top. Try the pizza my family likes or try your favorite. Right now, you can use the code Brent20 and get 20% off your order. Every viewer and listener is important to us,
And at Donato's Pizza, every piece is important. From fresh ingredients to the dedicated team members and you, the valued customer. Donato's Pizza, where every piece comes together for a winning combination. Jax Beach and Mandarin locations. Donato's Pizza, every piece is important.
Hey everyone, Olivia Tasley here from Action Sports Jax to tell you all the different ways you can watch our new 24/7 network. 3 easy steps. You don't even need a pen and paper to write it down. Step number 1, download the app. Search Action News Jax in your app store either on your phone or your smart TV. Then, once you're on the app, click on that little drop-down menu in the upper left-hand corner with the 3 little lines. That'll show you these options, and boom, right here, click Action Sports Jax 24/7, and you will be brought to our continuous stream channel. That app can be accessed through all these different platforms, whether you have Roku, Fire TV, Smart TV, Apple TV, or Google TV. You can find our app. Now, if you don't have access to the app, don't worry, we still got you covered. We're across all social media platforms from Facebook, Instagram, X, YouTube, Twitch. We have a podcast channel.
Baker Sports is local sports. Uniforms from Pop Warner and Little League to travel ball, high school, and college. They make you look good. They help you play good. Baker Sports has been helping families make memories that will last a lifetime with their Baker's Buckets. We've got a lot of these filled with baseballs and softballs in the garage. I've been throwing batting practice to Ty and Kaylee for years, and also sit on the Baker's Bucket, catching Kaylee while she practices her pitching. Yeah! Baker Sports is homegrown, and a lot of employees that used to play on local ball fields now work for Baker Sports, now helping you look good, play good, and make memories of your own. Visit Bakersport.com to see what Baker Sports can do for you. Custom apparel, Nike, Under Armour, Adidas, embroidery, screen printing, and more. Baker Sports is local sports. From Jacksonville to anywhere in the Southeast. Bakersport.com.
This is Action Sports Jax Friday Night Blitz, sponsored by Whataburger, just like you like it.
I was getting recruited at UCF for tight end. Sean Beckton, who's my guy. He said I was a tight end, so he's coming to the week's game on that Friday. And I have 5 catches for 225 yards and 3 touchdowns. And he was like, yeah, no, you're a receiver. We'll make you a receiver. And then, so I thought that was pretty funny because I even thought I was going to be a tight end as well. But that game, changed everything.
That's Gabe Davis. Pretty cool. Right down the road, having that high school memory. And, he's questionable for Sunday's game in Philadelphia. So is Brian Thomas Jr. Jags already without Christian Kirk. We'll be up in Philly. We leave in the morning in about 7 or 8 hours to head up there for the Jags and Phillies. We'll have it all covered for you on Sunday, of course. And tomorrow we'll have it covered for you, Georgia and Florida game.
The Smart Play of the Week is brought to you by the FSCJ Mandarins.
Here we go back to Thursday night. We're at the Corral. This is your play of the week. I hand off to Trendell Anderson. Just watch this. See all these tackles he is breaking, spin moves, stiff arms, bouncing, gets to the outside, into the end zone, touchdown for St. Augustine. By the way, Mandarin, congrats to Fred Weary, the former Mustang, goes into the Florida-Georgia Hall of Fame on Friday. Weary joined by fellow Gator standout Mike Peterson, as well as former Dogs Mike Fisher and Goldberg as the latest class to enter. We'll, of course, have much more in the game coming up on Saturday.
Yeah, and we'll have a post-game show at 7:30, by the way, with our entire Action Sports Jax team. So make sure you check us out on CBS 47 and on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network, wherever you are. ActionNewsJax.com, the Action News Jax app.
Yeah, all right, that's it for this edition. We have more on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network. We'll take you bands for the next 15 minutes, including this band, which you're going to see for about 10 seconds on our show, the Oakleaf Golden Regiment. 15 seconds, sorry. You get all the good band action on the 24/7 network. Go over there. Oh, yeah, I've got to stop talking so you hear them. Okay, bye.
Thanks for watching Action Sports Jax Friday Night Blitz, sponsored by Whataburger, just like you like it.
Baker Sports is local sports. Uniforms from Pop Warner and Little League to travel ball, high school, and college. They make you look good. They help you play good. Baker Sports has been helping families make memories that will last a lifetime with their Baker's Buckets. We've got a lot of these filled with baseballs and softballs in the garage. I've been throwing batting practice to Ty and Kaylee for years, and also sit on the Baker's Bucket, catching Kaylee while she practices her pitching. Yeah! Baker Sports is homegrown, and a lot of employees that used to play on local ball fields now work for Baker Sports, now helping you look good, play good, and make memories of your own. Visit Bakersport.com to see what Baker Sports can do for you. Custom apparel, Nike, Under Armour, Adidas, embroidery, screen printing, and more. Baker Sports is local sports from Jacksonville to anywhere in the Southeast. Bakersport.com.
When you think sports, you think Action Sports Jax, the official station of the Jaguars, on location for every game. But the most experienced team in town doesn't stop there. From high school football to the big events in the area, Action Sports Jax is always on. Now, we take that to a new level. Action Sports Jax 24/7 is around-the-clock coverage of the teams you love and the moments you can't miss. The best local sports in Jacksonville on Action Sports Jax 24/7.
When you're a stranger, faces look ugly, people are strange. When you're alone.
Dominate. Best team in the state. According to the Max Preps and FHSAA rankings, they've certainly looked the part so far this year. With Nice, keep it going. Let's find out, shall we?
Yeah, let's do that. Welcome everybody to the Friday Night Blitz. We have 2 nights of the Blitz, Thursday and Friday this week, so we've got a bunch of games. Brent Martineau, Stuart Weber, and for everybody coming in from out of town, hello and welcome. Glad you can watch some high school football. We're in the middle of a 4-hour extravaganza. We do on our Action Sports Jax 24/7 network. Final night of the Friday Night Zone Blitz, but this TV edition of the Friday Night Blitz, well, that will continue for a couple weeks into the playoffs.
Hello to everybody in RV City.
Yes.
Watching the show tonight. Good to have
Wish
you.
we were there.
Coming right after this. All right, how about some highlights, shall we? Creekside and Ponte Vedra. Always great when these two teams get together in St. Johns County. Always a great finish once again tonight. We go third quarter. Sharks up 1 in the red zone. Brian Case into the end zone, extends the lead 28-20 at that point. Creekside responded with a field goal, so 28-23. But here come the Sharks again. They dial up the halfback pass. Case lets it fly. Cam Teetsy comes down with it. Number 7 doing it all tonight. Ponte Vedra goes ahead 35-23 after the extra point. But the Knights would not go away. They're no strangers to being down late in ball game. Sean Aschenfelder takes the handoff and empties the tank on the way to the end zone. Maximum effort gets Creekside within 5. He's gassed. He is gassed. He and the Knights get one more chance to come back and tie it, or take the lead, excuse me. No 5-point play in football. Aschenfelder's pass on 4th down, however, incomplete. Ponte Vedra survives 35-30.
Well, no drama for these teams, and that includes Creekside. They're already in. They're district champs in 2024, so a dozen teams locked into the postseason. Many other teams jockeying to see if they can get in that large berth, which we won't know for sure until next weekend when the rankings and brackets come out. Nice and Beachside at the Reef. Barracudas looking to hand the Panthers their first loss of the season. As we mentioned, Nice in good shape as the #1 team in the state of Florida. Nate Harry hits a wide open KJ Perry, streaking up the right sideline, trots into the end zone for the easy touchdown. Nice takes a 7-0 lead in the first quarter. Panthers continue to get it done in all phases. How about some special teams here? The punt, bad snap, and, well, the Nice Panthers are all over it, and they take over. A couple plays later, Harry drops back, hits Tyler Gazenfari over the middle, double the Nice football lead. Harry, by the way, featured in our Committed to the Uncommitted tonight on our Friday Night Zone Blitz.
Somebody recruit the kid.
Yeah, recruit him. He only is quarterback in the #1 team in the state. More special teams. That one goes right off the lid of a Barracuda. And the Nice Panthers recover, and the Panthers continue to stay hot. 42-20 win for Nice.
Providence and Bishop Kenny. We've got homecoming down by the river. Let's pick it up third quarter. Crusaders up 28-7, but Providence trying to get back into it. Caleb Stanton, a rushing touchdown, cuts the lead to just 14. Later on in the third quarter, BK, how about a defensive play? Gerald Dudney, the dude, with a sack. Bishop Kenny wins, and wins big 42-25. Again, both of these teams will be in the playoffs.
Let's head over to Fleming Island, hosting Fort White, back flipping around. First possession of the game. Fleming Island running back Demir Jackson with some tough running. Gets inside the red zone for the Golden Eagles. Led to a field goal, not pictured. How about another tote for Demir Jackson? Gets it, fights through contact, gets a spin move, finds his way to the end zone. Fleming Island up 10-0. They roll after that. That's a hot team getting into November. They win 45-0.
Coach Chip has them rolling. Yulee and Menendez battling it out this evening. Menendez already up 13-0. This is in the third quarter, right out of the half. And cash down, he cashes in with the touchdown, 20-0 Falcons. We go to the third, it's 23-0. Yulee finally gets on the board. Ethan Myers around the left end and outrunning the defense. 2-point conversion was good. Makes it a 2-point score, only 23-8. So, fourth quarter we go. Yulee trying to make it a one-possession game, but Kanye Vona says nope. Pick 6 as he takes it the other way. Menendez goes on to win 30-8.
The game of the week, sponsored by Whataburger.
Oh, we did this on Thursday night. Jackson at First Coast in our Whataburger game of the week. All defense in the first half. Mike Hill connects with Jakari Matthews. Now he tries to extend the play. Now all of a sudden he's in an awkward spot and good help from behind. The ball pops loose. Devon Womack gets the Tigers turnover. Jackson back on offense. Jamaria Dixon trying to take a shot. But it looked like there was some good pressure by the Bucks, and Steven Dixon comes away with the pick. He grabs it out of the air right back to offense. A few plays later, Nebo Williams takes the handoff, slides through the Tigers defense into the end zone for 6, and that was it. Bucks take a 6-0 lead. Bucks win it 6-0 in Marty Lee's coaching finale, most likely. We'll be right back on the Blitz.
Baker Sports is local sports. Uniforms from Pop Warner and Little League to travel ball, high school, and college. They make you look good. They help you play good. Baker Sports has been helping families make memories that will last a lifetime with their Baker's Buckets. We've got a lot of these filled with baseballs and softballs in the garage. I've been throwing batting practice to Ty and Kaylee for years, and also sit on the Baker's Bucket, catching Kaylee while she practices her pitching. Baker Sports is homegrown, and a lot of employees that used to play on local ball fields now work for Baker Sports, now helping you look good, play good, and make memories of your own. Visit Bakersport.com to see what Baker Sports can do for you. Custom apparel, Nike, Under Armour, Adidas, embroidery, screen printing, and more. Baker Sports is local sports, from Jacksonville to anywhere in the Southeast. Bakersport.com.
The best stories sometimes come after the game. Join us for in-depth conversations with local coaches Tuesdays and Fridays at 2 p.m., including our latest guest on the program.
We've had kids come up to us and say, we practice like this every day. Like that first spring, he's like, Coach, we got more done today than we would get done in a week last year. And I just, it's always been that way. And through thick and thin, through hard and easy, through good and bad.
Catch up on the chats you missed by watching the After the Game playlist on our Action Sports Jax YouTube page.
Nobody but Nimnicht. Our family has purchased 6 vehicles from Nimnicht Buick GMC. The #1 Buick GMC dealer in Jacksonville has lots of inventory to choose from with their best price guarantee. Who gives you top dollar for your trade? Nobody but Nimnicht. Save up to $10,000 off select new GMC Sierras or get rates as low as 1.9%.
You know, I'm a truck guy. GMC Sierra, my trim level is an SLT. This one's an Elevation. Pretty good looking color as well. So here at Nimnicht Buick GMC, you have a lot to pick from. My father-in-law, he drives this, an Enclave. So I feel like that GMC in the family. 2025 is coming around the corner, which means it's almost time to close out those 2024s this summer.
You can schedule a test drive at NimnichtBuickGMC.com. And while you're there, check your trade value and customize your payment options. Nimnicht is there for you, even on Sundays. So who has put in the most years and stands behind a better experience? The answer's simple. Nobody but Nimnicht. Your friends in the car business since 1941. GMC, we are professional grade.
coach of First Coast School. He's dedicated 4 decades of service to. That's going to go towards the athletic department, thanks to our partners at Whataburger and Jaguars Prep, once again, for supporting our Coach of the Week program. And Marty Lee.
Yeah, shout out to Kalen, by the way, from Jaguars.
A great
for
season.
handing that check.
Because they got to go to all these games that I picked for Marcel to go to. So, some of them weren't so close.
And they love it. Kayla and Adriel and their team, they do a great job in partnership with us here on the Friday night stuff. Back on the Blitz with more games. Brent Martineau, Stuart Weber, Orange Park, and Clay going at it tonight. Second quarter, Orange Park's Gabe Taylor makes a few moves, and everything's denied, so just run it in, right? He eludes a tackler, 7-0. He would have a heck of an evening for Orange Park. In the red zone again, Taylor to Dawson Smith. Look at this. He just calmly lets the play develop and flips it in there. A little backyard play right there, 14-7 OP. Orange Park goes on to win big tonight, 32-7. Gabe Taylor had himself a nice night.
All right, Christchurch taking over Providence's digs tonight to host Mount Dora Christian. Remember, Christchurch sold their field to a housing development. So they needed somewhere to play for the playoffs.
They're building one on campus.
There's a 4th and goal play. Drew Zach faking the handoff, and he's going to find Cords Spickelmeyer. That made it 7-7, but Christchurch pulled away from there. Big game for CCA. They get the win, and they're moving on in the SSAA playoffs.
Take it from them, yes? Hey, remember your 3 Ps. You prepared. You've practiced. Now we get to what?
All right, Paxson, that's another P. That's the 4th P. Hoping to perform against Lake Weir in the SSAA Atlantic bracket. Something about 4th down plays for the Golden Eagles. Knocking on the door here, 4th and short. Kenyon, the Jet Gardner, into the end zone and scores the touchdown. We don't always show the 2-point conversions, but how about the swinging gate? It works. Javon Johnson takes it in. It didn't work the second time they tried it, by the way. But it worked that time.
Don't tell them.
Made it 8-0. The Jet, by the way, doesn't just get it done on offense. Lake Weir driving. Gardner puts a stop to it. Interception for Paxson. And it is the Golden Eagles that get a 21-12 triumph. They are moving on in the SSAA.
Yeah, we heard there was a little bit of
some fisticuffs.
Brawl in that one. But hopefully everything shakes out okay. Blue Devils having some fun.
I just saw the logo on the Hawaiian shirt, by the way. That's awesome.
That was pretty cool. Hawaiian night in round 1 of the SSAA playoff game against the Interlochen Rams. Rams driving down the field first possession. Owen Peters from Stanton gets the sack. Blue Devils now looking to cash in. Quarterback hands off to Trayvon Tompkins. Escapes outside. Nice little move there to get to the pylon touchdown. Blue Devils go for 2. They give it to Tompkins, and he finishes the job. Stanton up 8-0 in the first quarter. But it was the Rams that come back to win a good football game, 36-24.
St. Joseph with a home playoff game against Oak Hall. We're going to start you off with some defense from Max Grimes. That's him just busting through the line right up the middle. He'll get the sack for the Flashes. Oak Hall would have an answer with a big pickup. Dakota Brower going to go deep. He will find Bear Woolley. Look at that, almost a sack. Instead, he gets the pass away for a first down. Crazy play there. But how about St. Joe's? They come back in a flash and scores. Cody Ott takes the snap. Ooh, eludes that first pressure. Back up, finds Asher Glisson. Glisson cuts back towards the middle, and he's gone. 52-19. St. Joe's gets a big win.
Glen Academy hosting Greenbrier. It was the Tyree Chisholm show. Second quarter, Chisholm takes in the end zone 12 yards out. Glen goes up a couple scores, right? Looking good. Well, by the fourth quarter, and only 4 minutes to go, it's a tie game, and then Chisholm does this 85-yard run to break the tie. It's pretty special at the end of it. Looked like he was going to break away, eludes the tackle around the 27-yard line. In the rest of it, extra point good, 28-21 Glen, and that's how it would finish. Glen Academy by 7.
Impact Christian making the drive out to Gainesville to face PK Young. Blue Wave actually forced 3 turnovers, interceptions in the first half, but Impact does get on the board first. LaQuinn Buckman into the end zone, and the Lions get the win, 44-21.
The Player of the Week, sponsored by Whataburger.
Joshua Bruton, University Christian. He's the Player of the Week, 145 yards, 5 touchdowns, and a district championship victory over Providence. We'll be right back.
Burgers or breakfast, you can get it all at Whataburger. Try something new on the menu or an all-time favorite like the Whataburger Patty Melt.
And now you can have breakfast here at Whataburger 12 hours a day, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m. Menu items like the bacon taquito, sausage taquito, honey butter chicken biscuit. Whether you work the late night shift, just want a snack early in the morning to get your day started, or a little pick-me-up late in the morning, 12 hours a day, breakfast served, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m.
A dozen locations in Jacksonville. You can order pickup or delivery and download the Whataburger app. New rewards members get free Whataburger items when placing their first online order. Just download the app. And for us coffee drinkers, Whataburger has all new hot coffee and iced coffee too. Satisfy that coffee craving at Whataburger 24/7, and it comes in a variety of flavors. Burgers, breakfast, coffee, and so much more. Whataburger, just like you like it.
High school football is back, and it's bigger than ever. Welcome to the Friday Night Zone Blitz.
It is bigger than a game.
Watch the biggest games each week live as the action unfolds with instant reaction and analysis from our Hall of Famer, Kevin Sullivan. It starts with live look-ins at the top matchups, including our Jaguars Prep Whataburger Game of the Week, and that is just the beginning of 4 straight hours of coverage. From 8 to 10:30, the Friday Night Zone Blitz is streaming on our Action Sports Jax app and online. At 10:30, the Friday Night Blitz you know and love. A half hour of highlights from around the area. 11 o'clock, we shine the spotlight on the bands that pump up the crowd. 11:15, it's time to blitz through the highlights online and on air. Then 11:35, back to the stream to break night's results with a reaction from local coaches. 4 straight hours of high school football on the Friday Night Zone Blitz.
Nobody but Nimnicht. Our family has purchased 6 vehicles from Nimnicht Buick GMC. The #1 Buick GMC dealer in Jacksonville has lots of inventory to choose from with their best price guarantee. Who gives you top dollar for your trade? Nobody but Nimnicht. Save up to $10,000 off select new GMC Sierras or get rates as low as 1.9%.
You know, I'm a truck guy. GMC Sierra, my trim level is an SLT. This one's an Elevation, pretty good looking color as well. So here at Nimnicht Buick GMC, you have a lot to pick from. My father-in-law, he drives this, an Enclave. So I feel like that GMC in the family. 2025 is coming around the corner, which means it's almost time to close out those 2024s this summer.
You can schedule a test drive at NimnichtBuickGMC.com. And while you're there, check your trade value and customize your payment options. Nimnicht is there for you, even on Sundays. So, who has put in the most years and stands behind a better experience? The answer's simple. Nobody but Nimnicht. Your friends in the car business since 1941. GMC. We are professional grade.
The Smart Play of the Week is brought to you by the FSCJ Mandarins.
Let's go back to Thursday night. The corral for the play of the week. Hand off to Trendell Anderson. He avoids 1, 2, 3. This electrified the St. Augustine football team and sideline, even the guys on the field, right? 5 tacklers made miss, all on the way to the end zone. And St. Augustine pulled away by a couple of scores, and they go on to win their season finale, poised potentially for another deep playoff run. Made it to the state championship game last year.
All right, we brought you out to the big ball here. These are all of our districts across the area in Northeast Florida. Wanted to go over some of the big wins tonight. So Middleburg came into this one as the 8th seed in their region. They get a win at North Marion 26-21. Could be huge when it comes to getting an at-large spot in the playoffs. Columbia was the 9th seed in theirs. They got a win over North Miami Beach. We'll see if it's enough. TBD. It's a question mark. There are some question marks out there that we have to kind of figure out as it goes. Impact Christian, we showed you that highlight. They were the 6 coming in, so that's a big win for them. And then these teams over here, they're in playoff brackets. They're in playoff mode already. Big upset as Fernandina Beach took down West Nassau in a rivalry game up there in Nassau County. So big win for the Pirates in that one to move on.
Yeah, go on to the semifinals. All right, that's going to do it for us. Well, we're not done on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network. We'll recap the night. So come on over to it if you're not there yet. Here's Oakley's Golden Regiment to leave you on this Friday. Have a great weekend, everybody, and hope you have fun at the Georgia-Florida game.
Thanks for watching Action Sports Jax Friday Night Blitz, sponsored by Whataburger, just like you like it.
burgers, or breakfast. You can get it all at Whataburger. Try something new on the menu or an all-time favorite like the Whataburger Patty Melt.
And now you can have breakfast here at Whataburger 12 hours a day, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m. Menu items like the bacon taquito, sausage taquito, honey butter chicken biscuit. Whether you work the late night shift, just want a snack early in the morning to get your day started, or a little pick-me-up late in the morning, 12 hours a day, breakfast served, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m.
A dozen locations in Jacksonville. You can order pickup or delivery and download the Whataburger app. New rewards members get free Whataburger items when placing their first online order. Just download the app. And for us coffee drinkers, Whataburger has all new hot coffee and iced coffee too. Satisfy that coffee craving at Whataburger 24/7, and it comes in a variety of flavors. Burgers, breakfast, coffee, and so much more. Whataburger, just like you like it. Baker Sports is local sports. Uniforms from Pop Warner and Little League to travel ball, high school, and college. They make you look good. They help you play good. Baker Sports has been helping families make memories that will last a lifetime with their Baker's Buckets. We've got a lot of these filled with baseballs and softballs in the garage. I've been throwing batting practice to Ty and Kaylee for years, and also sit on the Baker's Bucket, catching Kaylee while she practices her pitching. Baker Sports is homegrown, and a lot of employees that used to play on local ball fields now work for Baker Sports, now helping you look good, play good, and make memories of your own. Visit Bakersport.com to see what Baker Sports can do for you. Custom apparel, Nike, Under Armour, Adidas, embroidery, screen printing, and more. Baker Sports is local sports from Jacksonville to anywhere in the Southeast. Bakersport.com.
When I say it means something to me, gentlemen, it means something to me.
High school football is back, and it's bigger than ever. Welcome to the Friday Night Zone Blitz.
It is bigger than a game.
Watch the biggest games each week live as the action unfolds with instant reaction and analysis from our Hall of Famer, Kevin Sullivan. It starts with live look-ins at the top matchups, including our Jaguars Prep Whataburger Game of the Week, and that is just the beginning of 4 straight hours of coverage. From 8 to 10:30, the Friday Night Zone Blitz is streaming on our Action Sports Jax app and online. At 10:30, the Friday Night Blitz you know and love. A half hour of highlights from around the area. 11 o'clock, we shine the spotlight on the bands that pump up the crowd. 11:15, it's time to blitz through the highlights online and on air. Then 11:35, back to the stream to break down the night's results with a reaction from local coaches. 4 straight hours of high school football on the Friday Night Zone Blitz. Only on Action Sports Jax 24/7.
Nobody but Nimnicht. Our family has purchased 6 vehicles from Nimnicht Buick GMC. The #1 Buick GMC dealer in Jacksonville has lots of inventory to choose from with their best price guarantee. Who gives you top dollar for your trade? Nobody but Nimnicht. Save up to $10,000 off select new GMC Sierras or get rates as low as 1.9%.
You know, I'm a truck guy. GMC Sierra, my trim level is an SLT. This one's an Elevation. Pretty good looking color as well. So here at Nimnicht Buick GMC, you have a lot to pick from. My father-in-law, he drives this, an Enclave, so I feel like that GMC in the family. 2025 is coming around the corner, which means it's almost time to close out those 2024s this summer.
You can schedule a test drive at NimnichtBuickGMC.com, and while you're there, check your trade value and customize your payment options. Nimnicht is there for you, even on Sundays. So, who has put in the most years and stands behind a better experience? The answer's simple. Nobody but Nimnicht. Your friends in the car business since 1941. GMC, we are professional grade.
New to town or always been in town? Everyone is always looking for a good pizza place. Our place is Donato's Pizza. We love it and still do love it. When I tell my family I'm coming to Donato's, they say, wait a minute, you got to order some for us. So this is not all for me. Let me tell you what the Martinos get when we put an order in. Well, pepperoni pizza, we usually get more than one of these. And then there's the works, a little bit of everything. And then this is the pizza that can be polarizing for some out there. I don't know why. Hawaiian pizza. Some love it, some don't. At Donato's, you're going to love it, especially with that cinnamon sprinkled on top. Try the pizza my family likes or try your favorite. Right now, you can use the code BRENT20 and get 20% off your order. Every viewer and listener is important to us, and at Donato's Pizza, every piece is important. From fresh ingredients to the dedicated team members and you, the valued customer. Donato's Pizza, where every piece comes together for a winning combination. Jax Beach and Mandarin locations, Donato's Pizza, every piece is important. Hey, there's a look at Everbank Stadium. Why isn't it all lit up? I thought it stayed up all night on this night. I want the lights on. I know it costs money, all that stuff, but we're spending millions and billions these days. Flip the lights on. Florida-Georgia game, Georgia-Florida game. I can spend other people's money, no problem. Anyway, there's the bank. Dark now, but it will be open for business in the morning in a big game. Already a big day right around there. We had the Georgia-Florida Hall of Fame luncheon. Been a long day around here. Started with the Brenton Austin show at 9 o'clock in the morning there, and then had to MC the Georgia-Florida Hall of Fame luncheon. And then we obviously covered the cool news of the city and the two schools extending their relationship into the 2031 season. Obviously, a little hiatus in between if you missed that. They'll go to Atlanta and Tampa in 26 and 27 during construction of the new stadium. And then we got a busy night of high school football as well. So this is the dessert portion of the show where we just recap the night for a few. And we probably play the band again. Well, we figured out on this show, quite frankly, as we've done this for, I think, 8 different times. 2 of them canceled because of storms. It was supposed to be a 10-week run, and this is the finale tonight of our 8 p.m. until 12 a.m. extravaganza. First time we've ever tried anything like this of this length in high school football. We show you all the plays from a handful of games in action from 8 o'clock until whenever those games end, analysis and scores and all the rest, and then we do our Friday Night Blitz. We just got done with that at 10:30, then bands at 11 to 11:15, and then more of the Blitz 11:15 until now. And then we usually recap the show because you can't really end anything, as Nick's in the other room and I'm looking at him, at 11:35. You got to take it all. You got to either end at 11:30 or you got to take it to midnight. So we'll take it to midnight. That was probably the worst idea of the show, in hindsight. Because, we'd been talking about high school football now for 3.5 hours. I don't know if we need another 25 minutes. But for those catching in late and staying up late, what the hell? We'll talk about it for a little bit more. But I said the dessert portion because look what I just got from Bono's, little banana pudding to end the day. Yeah, Weber found that. Weber will find a snack now. But we had Bono's tonight. We've had Bono's. We've had Whataburger. We've had, obviously, a bunch of Donatos. And I think we had, Publix one day. No, I know we had Whataburger, but I think we had Publix. Didn't we get, sandwiches and stuff? Yeah. I thought one day. Yeah, you might have been off. You don't have perfect attendance here, Nick. I don't think any of us do. No one did. Does Stewart's mic work? All right.
Sorry.
There you go. But yeah, I don't think any of us have perfect attendance this year because of London.
Yeah, London and and I know. Yeah, none
Marcel
of us
missed.
We all missed.
Liv missed.
Yeah,
Marcel and Liv took the first weekend off.
Yeah, they did.
We're trying a whole new show and they took the first weekend off. I mean, what the heck?
That's slacker mentality.
Yeah, I mean that's unbelievable. So if we're keeping a scoreboard, starts there, and we had no choice, Weber. We had to go to London.
Technically, one of the London ones got canceled, too.
One of them got canceled, and the other one I was up for the entire thing.
Heard some things.
Yeah, that was a wild night. Yeah. I kind of asked for that night off, and I'm just watching the group chat just blow up, and I'm like, oh, wow.
Yeah.
So it's your fault.
Yeah, it was
I
a
guess
little bit
partially.
your fault.
I'm like, maybe I didn't communicate well enough.
Yeah.
No, I didn't. I didn't communicate well enough.
Yeah,
that's a big part of
that
it.
one might have been a little bit on Weber.
There's a significant portion of it was on me. It's all right.
Hey,
these things happen.
Live and learn, man. It's been a fun show. Hey, in a final week of the regular season, you just did this with all the different classifications, and at the end of our Friday Night Blitz, you showcased.
Got my sheet here with my highlights.
Yeah, who really needed to win, and now what, right? I mean, because that's what everybody's wondering now. Do we get in? They got to wait. You can't. Nobody knows the math. So you can maybe try the math, but nobody really knows the math. And so there are some teams that are very interesting here to see if they'll get in next Saturday. There'll be some games played next week. That's this makeup week because of the storms. Not going to be a lot of games played, but then the pairings don't come out until Saturday.
You want to know a real interesting one? How about Bartram Trail? So Bartram Trail came into the night 10th in their region. And I don't know the exact point differences and how much they had to make up. But they took care of Ribault tonight, so they got that win. Now they take on the number 1 team in the state in Nice. fighting for perhaps their playoff life and a chance to end an unbeaten season for their rivals within the county. That could be a huge game on Thursday night, and that's one of the few that we have scheduled. You mentioned it. I mean, lots of rescheduled games, and teams in Florida were allowed to play those games all next week up until Thursday in order to get into the ranking system for next Saturday's release of the brackets.
Okay, so say that again. So Bartram, who's struggled this year a little bit by their standard, they played a lot of close games too, but they're 4-5 after tonight's win.
Yep.
And so where do they sit currently?
They were 10th coming into the night in their region. Remember, generally the top 8 make it. Now, sometimes you'll have a district champ from outside the top 8, and it moves that line up a touch. I'd have to double check.
Top
and
7
see.
usually will guarantee you in, but top 8 a lot of times will get you in.
So 10th coming in.
So did they? And they played Reball, so they didn't get a lot
probably
of points
didn't help
there.
a lot from a points perspective. Just getting a win might have helped a little.
Yeah.
But like I said,
Who
Nice.
knows?
Computers.
It's really hard to tell, seriously.
The robots.
Sometimes it's better not playing a bad team and just not playing than it is to get a win over a bad team. Like, it's a weird deal.
I remember a few years ago when we could still do the math.
Yeah, you could figure it out.
And I was in a parking lot in Fernandina Beach because that's where I was for the game of the.
How many stories have started with I was in a parking lot in Fernandina Beach?
I was in a parking lot in Fernandina Beach because I'd finished my game of the week and we were getting ready to go. The show was getting ready to go on. I wasn't in studio for it at the time. And so, like, I'm in my car and I have the papers and I was like crunching numbers and putting them in scripts. That I had my laptop open and I was putting them into the scripts and brackets that we had built to kind of figure out who was going to be playing who in the postseason. Can't do that anymore.
No, so 10th coming in.
Yeah.
Nice job, Nick. Look at you.
Hey, there we go.
So 10th coming in.
Yep.
They get a win.
Yeah.
And you're right. They'll play Nice, the number 1 team in the state. Now, if they were to beat Nice next week, I mean,
maybe
that would be huge.
Could be huge.
I mean, I don't know how much weight that carries, but it's got to carry tremendous weight.
I would think a lot. Yeah.
So, what we don't know is how everybody else has done, right, in that region.
Yeah, I'm going to pull it up a little bit if I can and see.
Oh, that becomes fascinating. I thought they were kind of out of it.
Yeah.
And so the Nice one, because Nice has again, they're weighted very heavily because they're number 1 in the state across all classifications. Nice is the number 1 football team in the state.
Ahead of Venice, the First Academy for now.
Is that the one that
was the one the FHSAA came down
done.
on? Yeah, they're out. They were 3rd.
They
in
dropped
the state.
to 560 or whatever there is.
To last, yes. Cardinal Newman, Lakeland, Armwood, Gadsden County, Miami Central, American Heritage, Shamada Madonna. So these are all the big time programs from across the state.
And Nice is number 1.
Nice number 1.
And I think our next closest one is St. Aug. They're like 32 in the state. The good news about First Academy, all that cheating at least was paying off to be 3rd in the state.
You'd be annoyed if it.
You're going to do it.
You would hope it pays off. Yeah.
I mean, well, now it doesn't pay off. But now
you're
going to have to pay
$36,000 fine.
Well, that was if you missed that was a big story.
Yeah.
FHSAA doesn't come down on anything, and it doesn't seem like that. That's got to be egregious or obvious. Like, seriously, that's a tough thing to police these days. And boy, they come down on First Academy. So that was a big story out in the last 24 hours. So what do you got? Anything?
Okay, so among the teams that Bartram Trail was behind, how about this? The team that was in 9th lost on Thursday night.
Oh, wow.
At Trinity Christian. I'm talking about the Fletcher Senators.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So another one of our local teams was 9th, and that's Fletcher, and they were less than a point behind Fletcher. So, with that loss and a win for Bartram, there's a possibility that they leap ahead of them. And then above that is Orlando Evans, who is less than 3 points ahead of Bartram Trail. And we take a look at their schedule. Orlando Evans played Oak Ridge tonight, and the score is not on Max Preps. But I'm assuming they played, and I'm going to go on to the next thing is Twitter and find out if that one happened.
Yeah, so it's kind of
Evans,
fast.
Oak
This is
Ridge.
what you do. I mean,
this is what coaches are doing.
I don't know how many different scenarios we have for teams like Bartram or somebody else, but there's multiple things what's going on here now with this gap week. You still have to wait and see, or you just kind of punch in your own numbers and figure out, and then you kind of create your own little beef in your own mind. Believe me, we've done this before, and other teams have done it.
What's that?
Score Stream's got Oak Ridge Evans 87-21.
87?
Yes.
So they played basketball?
No.
That's what it says on. Hang on,
football.
let me.
Today, 7 p.m.
Let's
Seems like someone was clowning a little bit.
Let's do a little. Let's see what the scores entered in before that. That's the only score entered in. That's not exactly.
Yeah, probably not going to run with that one.
Somebody would have tweeted if it was actually 87-21.
You never know.
I mean, you never know. You're right.
That was a good job, Nick, finding that, though. That was good. But
we got to get you on the ticker next week to help with that.
But there's two things going on here.
Scores in there.
So you're trying to figure this out right now if you're on a bubble. But the other thing is for all the teams, we talked to Lawrence Johnson from Ed White tonight, and he's like, you're kind of just sitting around waiting because you don't know who you're going to play. You know, so it's kind of, you're here for a couple of weeks. We talked to Sully tonight on the show. It's like, okay, I'll probably give the guys a couple of days off, let their bodies rest. If you're banged up, this is great because you can get a little healthier. You refresh, you recharge. But now you got to balance that practice schedule, and you're a little bit out of rhythm. And then you got to go play a football game in a couple of weeks. So how you manage this time, I think, is really interesting. And then you manage it differently once you find out exactly who you're playing, or if you already have a good idea who you're playing, because there's probably some scenarios where you can figure it out, but not a lot. And then there's this other scenario where if you're like Bartram, you're like, well, okay, hey, we're playing for everything on Thursday night. I got to believe I would sit here without knowing any of the calculations in this score in the 8 spot, knowing that Fletcher lost. Bartram's probably going to move up to 9. I just think if they beat Nice, they've got to feel really good. They're going to bump up playing Nice no matter what, even if they lose.
Yeah.
They might not leapfrog anybody, but they're going to bump up because of their strength of schedule. If they beat Nice, I got to believe they feel like they've got a heck of a chance to get in the postseason. So that's a tall task, but it's certainly doable. I mean, if Bartram plays well. The interesting thing about Bartram is their defense hasn't been great, and Nice's offense is pretty darn good. So it'll be an interesting matchup for Bartram. But you love the fact that you still got a chance coming down the stretch. That's the beauty of this system. Beauty of this system is all the games matter. All the games carry weight. And there's no real like cupcakey duds, just playing to play type of things. We used to get that this time of year. This game this week would sometimes be that. We're just like, okay, let's go play and have another football game. Now, they mean a lot to a lot of different places. Now, there are some schools that they know they're not going to the playoffs. Like Orange Park comes away with a big win. They're building that program, Coach Wimberly, and they got a nice win tonight over Clay. That's a good win for them going the offseason, try to build momentum. So there's various ways to look at all this stuff. But for Bartram next week and for the bubble teams like them tonight and now the wait and see, or if you do get a chance to play, because there will be some teams around the state that do play next week, and they got to be done by Thursday. And that's why that game's going to be on Thursday, right?
Yeah. Here's a fun tweet. So Palatka, Tommy Offord, threw for a touchdown, caught a touchdown, rushed for a touchdown, and had a punt return for a touchdown, all in the same game for
That's
Palatka.
a heck of a quartet.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say Palatka won over Father Lopez.
That's a pretty good chance.
Just assuming. They did win, yes. 7-3 onto the playoffs. 40-0. No, wait, that's last week. They did win. I don't know the score. You don't need the score.
So, hey, other
might
things,
be at the bottom. I don't know.
Other things we talked about, today, we caught our attention. Obviously, Ponte Vedra gets a big win over Creekside. That was a fun game, always a fun game. Both teams are going to go to the playoffs, but that was a nice win to punch their ticket, really, for Ponte Vedra, right? Because they were an at-large team that was probably going to get in anyway.
Yeah, they were fourth in their
region. But now you solidify that with a nice win, and I thought that was a kind of a gutsy win when you beat those two teams. Always play tight and pretty evenly matched, and kind of showed some guts. So I think Ponte Vedra, keep an eye on them now. They might be a team that they're battle tested. They're not going to be surprised by anything is the point on them. I thought St. Augustine finding 38 points against Mandarin's defense on Thursday night, that will show you where they are at. I think they're probably feeling really good about the way they're playing. We had Fleming Island the last couple of weeks, really the last month. They have been playing really good football. Now, tonight, they took it to Fort White.
Yeah.
But 45-0, they keep rolling. And you wonder if they can make some noise. Oakleaf bounces back after a poor offensive performance against St. Augustine, bounced back in a big way with 56 points tonight. So, again, some of these teams feel pretty good about where they're at. Bishop Kenny's another one, I think. Bishop Kenny, been a weird year for them. Hard to figure out from the outside looking in. But Coach Sully said it best. When it's good Bishop Kenny, it's pretty good.
By the way, I want to go back to 1 point on Fort White. Yes, they lost, I think, 45-0 to Fleming Island. But don't sleep on them in that rural classification now. This is the kind of game that can be like a humbling wake-up call because you go into it, completely different classifications, two completely different groups of players, from a rural class to a higher class, I think 6A for Fleming Island. So it's a mismatch on paper, certainly, and you're looking at some of the highlights here. But Fort White going against the teams in their own classification and in their own weight class, so to speak, significantly better chance of putting a run together here in the postseason. By the way, their championship game for the rural classification being played at the Villages this year. So keep an eye out on that. Union County, I want to say they came in number 1 in the rural classification. They actually lost tonight. I think that might have been their first loss of the season. Union County went down in their game. All the other classifications officially confirmed today by the FHSAA. State title games will be played at Pitbull Stadium, Mr. Worldwide Stadium down in Fort Lauderdale, home of FIU.
So that'll be a pretty good drive for us.
Yes.
And that's for the next few years.
That's for the next 3 years, 24, 25, 26.
They've really danced around. Like it's been on the move and really late notice. It's almost like they're trying to find a home. They almost get desperate for a place to play.
I think
in
it
a
was
way.
September we found out last year that it was going to FAMU. And now this year it's to FIU down in South Florida, which, a lot of the state champs have come from South Florida, so they've always had to drive a long way. I like it rotating maybe a little more, or being Central Orlando, which it was for a while. They played a lot of the games at the Citrus Bowl for a long time. But like for a South Florida team to have to drive up to Tallahassee is ridiculous.
Yeah, it is.
That's tough.
It's a tough spot. Listen, it's a
they
big
should play
state.
them all in Jacksonville at the Stadium of the Future. Let's do that.
I hate the fact that they play them in big stadiums. I mean, you can't fill it up. You have no energy, no crowd.
FIU will be great for that.
It's a little better.
FAMU was a good spot for that before this, as you take a look at Mr. Worldwide. I think it was a 3-year deal.
That was a quick find, Petty.
Yeah,
nice.
I think I had it in Exported Stories. Is that where you grabbed it from? Smart man.
Oh, there you go.
Good guy.
There you go.
Cut that.
Resourceful.
Cut that video earlier in the day. But yeah, $5 million deal for 3 years to put his name on the stadium.
Well, you better get more moments like this then. But again, that's still a bigger stadium. You're not going to fill the place up for a high school football game is the point, But that's hard to do because you just get your own teams traveling in, and it's hard to make that.
But this is better. This is different than like the Swamp.
Definitely better than
Doak,
Yeah, or in Orlando, where there's a bigger.
Yeah,
I don't know what this is versus the Citrus Bowl, but it's got to be much smaller.
Yeah.
So
will Pitbull be at any of the games?
I don't know. I'd say no.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah, I'd say no.
NASCAR.
I don't know, unless there's somebody cool, like if it's a cool, like one of the teams
Miami
have like
team,
Deion Sanders is recruiting somebody, he'll be there.
Yeah,
it'll be one of those.
He'll find a way to get him there. That's NASCAR owner Pitbull, by the way.
Everything owner.
Yeah,
Pitbull. University Christian wins tonight. We didn't really mention that. We didn't have a final earlier.
Fun money. He throws at a NASCAR team, names a stadium after himself.
But UC is another team that's getting ready for the postseason.
Yep.
Here they come a little bit. Nice win last week up the
champs.
district championship. And now this. Who else caught my attention today that I was thinking about? I think we nailed them all down.
Get Menendez in there. They get a win.
Menendez, we were talking about coach and the job that he's done. And it's funny, we had some sound with him. But 6-4, you said?
6-4, first winning season in 5 years for the Falcons.
But we talked to him at a media day to start the year, and you could tell he was doing it right, and he's building it. And they've had a lot of different coaches down there over the however many years, and I think they got themselves a good one. He's doing a nice job, and congrats to those guys. They looked good tonight against Yulee in a win that was important for them, right, because they were 6th in the region going in.
And then Middleburg, they beat North Marion out there outside of Ocala. Middleburg was 8th in their region, so that is the cutoff spot. That's the bubble spot. Although we say it's the bubble spot. That's unless there's a district champ lower ranked. So we have to go back and look at that.
But a huge win nonetheless.
Huge win nonetheless. You control your own destiny. You do what you can. By going and getting a win like that. And that's a good win. North Marion's a good program year in and year out. So for Middleburg to do that, remember they started the year so hot, went up against some really tough competition there over the last month and a half. And now this win, this is a big win for the Bronx.
So I think that's win number 7. I think they started 6-0, lost 3 in a row, if I'm not mistaken, and then they win this one.
Sounds right.
7-3 for Coach Wolf. He's done a really nice job out there building their program as well. We mentioned Trinity got a win last night, right?
Over Fletcher, yeah.
They're growing.
Yep, growing. District, yes. It got a little chippy at the end, and Coach Dorman, they're going to get some good running in on Monday, the team. So it's they're going to.
Trinity Christian usually a little chippy in one way or another. You just got to control the chippiness.
But look, I was impressed by the way that they put together long drives. And long drives and Trinity Christian have not gone together over the years.
Explosive plays.
It's explosive plays. And the problem is that, you'll throw in a 5-yard penalty, a 15-yard penalty, the kind of thing that can derail a long drive. Well, in the second half, they had 2 7-minute drives to put away Fletcher and get that win. So that was really impressive, and that's a sign of maturation until they got the penalties at the end. Got in trouble. It's fine. It's fine.
Hey, congrats to Reigns. They go undefeated. First time they've been undefeated regular season since 1997. Wow. 9-0, so they won big yesterday. They've had Sully and I say it all the time, so maybe we should just keep talking about them more. It feels like they're a bit under the radar. But they've come into the season, we knew they were very good.
We knew they were one of those super teams.
Yeah, they were, and they've delivered. Mm-hmm. St. Aug's delivered. And Mandarin, who lost to St. Aug, they've had to battle through the quarterback stuff. I feel like that young man's playing better football and probably in a spot where, again, they're going to have to ride on that defense. Defense has talent, but they've also got playmakers on offense. If he can just play good football and keep it clean, it gives them a chance to maybe make another run. Those are some of the teams that were really highly touted before.
Having Jamie French and Bryson Wright as your 2 big targets. That doesn't hurt. That's very helpful for a freshman quarterback.
Yeah. And so all those teams.
Good to see French healthy again, by the way.
All those teams have a really good chance to actually make some noise in the postseason. We'll see if they're able to. Once again, week 1 of the playoffs start 2 weeks from tonight.
Yes. That is correct.
Next week, I don't know what we're doing.
No idea.
We're going to do a half-hour extravaganza on Nice and Bartram.
Re-rack the highlights from Thursday night and do that on Friday.
Maybe we should just mic up both coaches or something.
Yeah.
See what we can do. Can we get some special access to that game?
Yeah.
We'll do a lot. That might be the only. Well, we have that. The
Georgia.
SSA.
We got some Georgia teams
playoffs.
too. Georgia teams too.
Yeah. So we'll have plenty.
Yeah.
All right, that's going to do it. Stuart and I are on a bird in the morning to Philly to play the Birds. We got to be at the airport at 7. So we're going to go. Nick, nice work. Entire Action Sports Jax team, nice work. And Bonos, thanks. Got a little dessert.
Love some banana
pudding to end the night. Have a good weekend, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with us, and happy November.